Call the meeting to order. I'd like to remind everyone to either mute or turn off the cell phones. I also like to inform folks of the fact that we have an overflow area down in the Commons area. As you know, the fire marshal only allows a certain number in specific rooms. And I would like to also recognize all the folks here, especially our superintendents. We see a sizable number of them. I still recognize some faces. And so I want to thank you all. I want to thank everyone that's here to gain information into this endeavor. I do appreciate the fact that the board is here and we're all going to hear the same thing at the same time. So many times you read this and you think this way, or you hear this person, you think another way. So we're going to be getting it all from the same water hose today. This is a study session. No action will be taken today. At the October meeting, it was asked that we have a special session to learn more about charter schools, and and we want to specifically review research on this topic to help see if we want to take a position on this in our legislative agenda. We have both national speakers today, Kentucky speakers, to help us learn about charter schools and we appreciate all of them being here to help support the board's learning. And we welcome, as I said again, everyone in our audience. This meeting can be viewed via webcast. Okay, Mary Ann, we're ready for you for our roll call.
Grayson Boyd.
Here.
Ben Cundiff.
Here.
Rich Gimmel.
Here.
Gary Houchins.
Here.
Sam Hinkle.
Present.
Elisa Johnson.
Here.
Roger Markham.
Here.
Nawana Privet.
Here.
Milton Seymour.
Here.
Bill Twyman.
Here.
Mary Gwen Wheeler.
Here.
Robert King. You have a quorum.
Thank you. The board now will ask Commissioner Pruitt, has asked Commissioner Pruitt and Secretary Heine to work together to put this study session together. Secretary Heine could not be here today, but Dr. Wayne Lewis, Executive Director of Educational Programs for Cabinet, will represent the Secretary. I also want to recognize a person, Leslie. She's assuming a new position. I think maybe she's assuming two positions right now. But thank you. We appreciate working with you in the future. So at this time, we turn it over to Commissioner Pruitt and Dr. Lewis.
Thank you and good morning. I hope all of you had a great holiday. Do want to welcome Leslie as our new executive director for the state board. She has courageously decided to take this job, partly because she's going to be doing two jobs for a little while. But welcome to you. And welcome to all of you and appreciate you coming this morning. Appreciate our folks in the crowd. I don't know that any of us are surprised that we have a lot of interest in this, and I know that we have a lot of our superintendents and various folks in the crowd who are here to learn just as we are. So we are going to, as we were putting our heads together on this, Dr. Lewis has been a very good partner in putting this agenda together. As you can see from our agenda, this is, we approached it from an academic exercise. The idea here is to inform. The idea here is for us to consider what's going on across the U.S. and in research around charter schools. And Wayne has been a really good partner as we have really sat and thought about how to best approach this. So as we were talking, one of the things we thought about was, we probably should just have an initial conversation that we just sort of started calling Public Charter Schools 101. What are some common definitions, some common language that we will hear today, and that as this goes forward, that we'll hear in the future. I will start by just kind of reminding everybody that I've got a little bit of history with this. Coming from Georgia, where we had a strong charter school population, we actually had a fairly large number of charter schools. And so the experience that I had with those weigh into things that fit into my belief system and fit into the way I understand the world. And I'll share those as we go. Dr. Lewis has also had a lot of experience, probably more on the research side than I have. Mine has been more of dealing with them after they became charters or in the process of becoming a charter, and his has been from an actual study perspective. So, Dr. Lewis, you have anything that you'd like to say?
Just good morning, and thank you for having me. Really privileged to have the opportunity to be here representing Secretary Heiner. And as the Commissioner said, we're really looking forward to this conversation. We'll begin by giving you an overview, some vocabulary, some terminology that you can use that'll be helpful throughout the day. So take lots of notes, and we'll have some time for questions and discussion as well. But thank you.
So with that, you may take the remote.
To begin, ladies and gentlemen, there are currently 43 states and the District of Columbia which have passed some variation in charter school laws, with emphasis on some variation in charter school laws because the term charter school is not a term that means the same thing in every state. In fact, there's tremendous variation from state to state when we say charter school. There can be, to give you an example, in one state, a charter school could be, and in fact is, references only conversion schools, only schools that were once traditional public schools and can be converted into charter schools from that beginning structure. And those schools only would take students that attended the schools before. Whereas in other states, there are only startup charter schools, only schools that start from the bottom, from the ground up. As well, there's tremendous variation in accountability. There's tremendous variation in how charter schools are funded. There's variation in the number of charter schools that can be authorized in a state, where geographically charter schools can be authorized in a state. And so I emphasize that for you because it's incredibly important that as we begin this conversation, you understand that when we say charter school, you're going to have to dig past that, because what your experience may be in one state is often very different in another. We started this in the United States in 1991 with the first charter school law passed in 1991, first schools opening in 1992. And as of 2016, there are over 6,700 public charter schools in operation. Nearly 3 million public school children in the United States currently attend public charter schools.
If I just may add there too, I know that our board members that have been here since I arrived have heard me say this before, but just so everybody's heard me say it, this is where I have always said we need to decide in Kentucky what charter schools mean for Kentucky. Because as Dr. Lewis said, there's just been this tremendous variation. And so part of our conversation here, and certainly the conversation that will go in the General Assembly, is defining what it means for Kentucky.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. And we're in the privileged position of being, having 43 states and D.C., having passed laws, and so we know a lot about this at this point. What are public charter schools? Well, first, public charter schools are public schools, meaning they are publicly funded from tax dollars, just like traditional public schools. Public charter schools do not charge tuition, and public charter schools are open to the public, right, without special entrance requirements. Public charter schools are organized and governed by private organizations or state and local public entities. They are provided flexibility in organization and governance. And let me emphasize here as well that the degree of flexibility that public charter schools are granted varies quite a bit from state to state, with some states' laws providing for what we call a blanket waiver of some district and state level regulations. Other states will require that charter schools apply for specific waivers from district or state regulations, similar to what we do in Kentucky with the districts of innovation. And then in some other states, there's virtually no difference in the organizational structure, flexibility that public charter schools are provided. So in other areas, Commissioner Pruitt said, where Kentucky would have to decide what works. Public charter schools are held accountable for meeting student performance goals as articulated in their contracts or charters. And we'll talk a little bit about what goes into those charters in just a second. And then public charter schools are held accountable for how public dollars are spent. If I could say just a word about accountability. One of the things public charter schools has done that they've done in American public education and with respect to accountability is widened a bit the way we think of accountability. Traditionally in our public schools, we've had a very inputs-based accountability where we ensure that there are the right things going into schools, right, in terms of resources, buildings, but also teachers. We have moved, particularly with No Child Left Behind, to a performance-based accountability where we look much more heavily at test scores and how students perform. One of the things public charter schools do in the area of accountability is move us even more to a consumer driven type of accountability, the type of accountability that we exercise at the grocery store, right? And so I go to Kroger to buy groceries, but if at some point I'm dissatisfied with what I'm receiving at Kroger, then I could leave and go somewhere else. And so public charter schools introduce that type of consumer accountability to public schooling as well, in that in most cases, children are not assigned to attend public charter schools. And so if a parent is dissatisfied with what he or she is receiving, then they would leave and take their kids somewhere else. One of the other things that's not on this slide, the Commissioner and I thought was really important to note, is that there are two kind of big categories of public charter schools. The first one is a startup school, which I think you've heard us reference before. That means a public charter school that starts from the ground up, right? There was no existing school, but this school was established, it was authorized, and then it's open for whoever decides to come and attend, to enroll their child. The other big category is conversion public charter schools, right? And these are cases where you have an existing traditional public school that through state mechanisms has been converted or is being converted into a public charter school. And oftentimes those schools will retain the children that attended the traditional public school.
So when we think about what is a charter, this is the area that I tended to be a little bit more involved with in Georgia, was that there is a contract between the authorizer and the school itself, or the governing entity. It spells out details on how the school will be governed, but also how they'll be held accountable. So, you know, a lot of you, I guess all of you at this point have heard me talk about, you know, there's an exchange of accountability for greater flexibility. So if you're going to say you're going to do something different, then you should also be held accountable for those decisions. You know, of course, I think it's important to say that we expect great things out of all of our schools, and should. We should expect a great education for all of our schools. But with a charter school, it actually involves a contract negotiation where there's the authorizer and the entity that is governing the school, whether it be a charter management organization or whether it be a local board, that there's actually a sit-down contract negotiation that says, here are the things that you're going to do. And if those things in the contract are not met, then that charter has the potential to be revoked. And I've said many times, you know, that it's easy to authorize, but there's a part that's got to be, which is, and I can tell you from personal experience, it's hard to revoke a charter because it gets very little p political, at times. It gets very, it's just like closing a school. But you got to be willing to do it. But at the same time, you got to be willing to acknowledge and hold up those that do a great job. So, but it is a little bit different in the fact that whereas with our traditional schools, we set targets and all that, and we report the accountability. With a charter school, there's actually a contract that is negotiated between the two entities.
Commissioner, I'll just add in that area, one of the things we see across the country with states that have charter schools is this variation in how good a job states have done with holding charter schools accountable. So some states have done an incredibly good job with having a high bar for entry, right? And so it's not easy to get a charter. You have to have a really solid plan to get a charter. And then they hold those schools to an extremely high standard. Or in essence, they hold them to the standard that's specified in the charter. Now, some states haven't done that. Some states instead have had situations where charters continue to not meet expectations, and they don't have the fortitude needed to step in and close charters. What we're beginning to see is states that are beginning to do that, and when states do that, you see increased performance, because that's the way the charter school concept is supposed to work. Right? If you were gonna start new schools that could continue to fail kids, then there's no reason to even get into this business.
That's a great ad. In fact, it also reminded me too, I was talking about the contract on the back end, but that application process to become a charter has to be a rigorous one, because what we know from our traditional schools and from charter schools is that good leadership and a good plan matter. And so what we used to do was we actually worked with, in Georgia, the state board was one of the authorizers, and we had a whole division dedicated to charter schools. And we actually worked with them on their charter applications. And because it's, I think the way Wayne put it, high bar to become a charter and a high bar to keep it. And then what is an authorizer? This is a really important part, because when you start looking across the country at all the different states that have this, have charter school legislation, the issue of governance and of the authorizer is a kind of a key focus. So the authorizer receives the application from the petitioner. It enters into a contract, as I said earlier, after negotiation. It ensures charter school compliance, and it's somebody that actually keeps their eye on the ball. In other words, if the idea is you're charged to charter, then that's pretty much all you do. If you are, as an authorizer, or truly an authorizer, you're not just going to charter, you're also going to follow up. You're going to have those annual meetings where you're looking at the contract. You're ensuring that things are moving in the way that they claim to within the contract itself. And then, of course, it renews and or revokes charter contracts. Renews if they're doing a great job, and we celebrate it, but revokes it if they're not doing the right thing by kids.
We have some examples of authorizers across the states. States have taken different approaches to this. So in most state laws, local boards of education may serve as charter authorizers. That does not mean that in most states all local boards serve as authorizers. Some do, some don't. But most state laws allow for local boards to serve in that function. The rest of these are variations across state laws. So in some states you have state boards of education that can serve as a charter authorizer. In some states you have the chief state school officer, which in Kentucky would be the commissioner of education. Higher education institutions are authorizers in some states. In some states, those are public higher education institutions. In some states, there are all higher education institutions that can serve as authorizers. Nonprofit organizations are permitted in some states. Independent charter boards, so these are boards that are created for the purpose of authorizing and holding charter schools accountable. Municipal governments, we have an example of that right north in Indianapolis, where the mayor's office serves as an authorizer, and in some states, the city council is permitted to serve as an authorizer for charter schools.
And I think the only thing I would add here is, that what does seem to be a pretty key thing across is consistency. You know, that when you have multiple authorizers, that there is some way to ensure consistency of both how to become a charter, but also how to regulate that. And of course, the part that we all love to talk about, which we intentionally saved for the last slide, is on funding. How the charter schools are funded. Again, there are differences in the types when we talk about conversion charters versus startup charters. But in general, the charter itself is funded on a per pupil basis, receiving varying percentages of state and local funding across states. Do you want to talk about the?
Sure. So this is quite honestly one of the places where there's the biggest ideological divide between charter school advocates and charter school opponents, and it is this idea that funding should follow children, and that funding should not belong to schools or school districts. And so charter school advocates believe that schools should be funded based on the number of kids that attend them. And so charter schools are funded on a per pupil basis in the same way traditional public schools are. If a kid is attending a traditional public school in one district and he or she leaves and goes to another district, then dollars follow that kid to the new district. In that same way, if a kid leaves a traditional public school and goes to a public charter school, then those dollars would follow the kid. Now, what is pretty relatively consistent across states, not completely, but relatively consistent, is state dollars following kids from local school, from a local school district to a public charter school. There is considerable variation in terms of how much of the local dollars follow a kid from a traditional public school district to a public charter school. And so you have everything from where 100% of state and local dollars, I'm not discussing federal dollars because federal dollars would flow to a public charter school in the same way that they would flow to a local public school district. But in some cases, all state and local dollars would follow a kid to a public charter school. In other cases, it's local dollars minus dollars for capital outlay, and in some cases, transportation. So there's a lot of variation, but we have to keep in mind those three big pots of money: state dollars, local dollars, and federal dollars, and know that the legislation in Kentucky would have to spell out in specific detail what that formula would be for how public charter schools are funded. The only other thing I'll say with respect to federal funding, and I'll turn it over to the commissioner, is that there is a pot of money at the federal level that is specifically for public charter schools. The Public Charter Schools program as a part of ESSA, those dollars have been available, I believe, though, since the Clinton administration, that are available for public charter schools for startup costs, for capital dollars, for support. And public charter schools authorized in the state would then be eligible to apply for those federal funds, in addition to the Title I IDEA funding.
And as I recall, in Georgia, because we already had charter legislation, that funding flowed through the department, and we actually were the ones that awarded either conversion charter grants or startup grants to the respective applicants. So we've given you a pretty high-level view of these things. We've got some really good speakers that are coming. You're going to hear from the Education Commission of the States kind of what this looks like across the country. But we thought we would pause at this point and see if you have any particular questions or if you are ready to move to the next speaker.
Question.
Gary?
Wayne, you talked about the variability of charter laws across the states. In your estimation, can you talk about the states that have the best charter laws and what those laws look like? What are the criteria that you would use to characterize the best law?
Leave it to a professor to ask me a hard question. I don't know if I would go so far in saying any states have the best laws, because there are so many areas so many categories of the law that I think some states do a much better job than others. And even in states where you have charters that are really pretty high performing, there are areas of their law that can be dramatically improved. And so I would caution the board that as you take a look at this closer, that you look at states that have done really good jobs in particular areas. So states that have done a really good job with funding. They've done a really good job with accountability. They've done a really good job with authorizer accountability. With that said, Gary, I'll throw out a couple states that I would in no way would say I think are the best, but some that I think are definitely worth looking at. And I'll give two. I think DC's law is definitely worth looking at. DC does some really promising things. And I think Indiana does some really promising things with their law as well.
Mary, go ahead.
I would echo Gary's question in a slightly different way, that I think that is the question for today. For us is to better learn what are best practices and why from each of the researchers. I would hope that we'd hear that. And, you know, it's often said that, well, we're late in the game, so if we're going to do this, we should learn. So that's the point, I think, is to understand best practices. And so I would wonder whether maybe some of the most recent states, like Alabama, that doesn't have a track record yet, but, you know, maybe we should be looking at those as well. So that would be the kind of question I'd hope that we get answered from each of the presenters.
And I would also say that as we go through today, you know, as the chair said, you know, we're not here to make a decision on anything today, but as we go through the day, if there are questions that you feel get unanswered or you want more information on, please feel free to say, hey, we'd like to see the statute in Alabama or whatever, and we'll be glad to provide that for you for your reading pleasure, or we can actually do a little brief for you so that you can read it more simply. But we're happy to give you all the information that you need. And of course, we would publish that for the public to see as well. Just so everybody's clear, we won't do anything under any cloaks.
Milton.
Yes, well, our neighboring state, Tennessee, I think they're newly chartered. How is things going there, Dr. Lewis? Do anyone know at this time?
Well, Reverend, I won't get so much into the performance, as I know our later presenters are going to get into performance and talking about the research. Tennessee is an example of a state. They've been chartering for a while now, relative period, and there are different types of charter schools. There's the Achievement School District. There are also public charter schools that are authorized by local school districts. So it's another example, neighbor to the south, where there's not just variation across states, but there are variations in types of charter schools even within states.
Thank you.
Hey, Rich.
Yeah, question for Dr. Lewis. What is there about the DC and the Indiana experience that you find attractive?
Well, in DC, one of the things I think they do well is around authorizers, and in terms of keeping a pretty good hold on how charters are performing, holding their charters to high standards. And you know, I would encourage you to ask questions about performance. Take a look at performance in DC as well. Indiana is a state that I think is worth looking at as well, but they do chartering a lot different. For example, DC, well, of course, you're talking about much smaller geographic area, but Indiana uses a lot more charter authorizers. I think they're worth looking at for the model that they use with higher ed institutions serving as authorizers. I think they've had some success with that. The other thing with Indiana that I think is pretty innovative is the mayor's office, as in Indianapolis, serving as an authorizer, and collaboration between the local board of education and charter schools. I think is a pretty promising practice in Indiana to look at as well, specifically in Indianapolis.
All right. The one.
I'm so interested, of course, the board has made their number one goal closing the achievement gaps, and that translates into working with our children in poverty. When you think about that, we're 47th in terms of the number of children that we have in poverty. I think that's what our group is so interested in, our board is so interested in. Are there states that you feel are doing a good job in that area?
In terms of closing the achievement gap, I'll preface by saying we don't want to get so much into performance in our presentation. I will say, though, that in general, where we've seen the greatest success for public charter schools is in high poverty urban areas, particularly with children of color, and in closing the achievement gap that you're talking about. So I would encourage the board to ask those types of questions of our presenters. I think that's great ground for conversation.
All right, thank you, gentlemen. We appreciate that. Charter School 101, is that right, Commissioner?
Right.
All right. As again, we're going to be drinking from the same water hose, as I said earlier, getting the same information, whether you like it or not. All right, next we have we'll get a national perspective from across the country. We want to thank the Education Commission of States for sending Micah Waxum, is that correct? Wixom.
Close. Yeah, it's kind of a tricky name, Micah Wixom.
Micah Wixom, okay. She's a policy analyst, and she's going to present us the environmental scan on charter schools. Micah, welcome.
Good morning. Okay. Good morning. I want to thank you for having me here today. It's a pleasure to be here in Kentucky. I recently learned that my great-great-grandfather was from Kentucky, so it's fun to be here and see where he was from. So before we begin, I'd like to just briefly share with you a little bit about my organization, Education Commission of the States, and what we do. I know that many of you here in Kentucky have had a number of interactions with my organization. I know we have a long history of a good working relationship, but just briefly, we are a nonprofit, nonpartisan organization. And we work with state leaders from across in all the states from across the country, to help them with their education policies. We consider ourselves part of a state's education policy team, and we believe that informed policymakers make better education policies. We do this through a number of ways. One of them is what I'm doing today. We sometimes go into states and present. We also answer questions from state leaders from across the country. We write research reports. We put together information, and we also have a few convenings every year for state policy leaders. So I've been asked to come today and speak to you about some of the basics of charter schools. And some of the information I'll be sharing today will be a little redundant to what you heard from Dr. Lewis and Commissioner Pruitt, but I had a high school teacher who used to tell us that repetition is the mother of all learning. So hopefully what I'm saying today will reinforce some of what you've already heard. So I'm going to be touching briefly on these areas: charter school basics, authorizing, governance and management, finance, accountability, and I'll briefly discuss some rural considerations. Charter school policies, this is a pretty involved and nuanced topic, and I think I could easily speak to you for a half an hour on each of these individually. So I won't be able to get into a ton of detail, but I will be happy to answer any additional questions or follow up with you if you need more additional information about any of these areas. And I do also want to reiterate that charter school policies across the country look very different depending on the state, and even, as Dr. Lewis said, within states. So as we've heard, there are 43 states plus Washington, D.C. that have charter school laws. We do have Washington highlighted on our state here, as I think you'll hear a little later. Their charter school laws are a little bit up in the air right now with some ongoing litigation, but we do keep them up here because they technically have charter school laws. And as we've heard, Alabama is the school that most recently formed or created charter school laws. But I also want to point out that just because a state has charter school laws on the book, it doesn't always reflect what's happening in the state. And I'm thinking, for example, of Iowa, where they do have charter school laws, but they have a very small number that are actually operating. I think it's fewer than 5, if memory serves. And the state doesn't really seem to have as strong of a charter school environment that you would find, say, in Arizona or Colorado. So just briefly, we've talked a little bit about this, but what are charter schools? I'm sure you all know this, we've heard this again, but just to reiterate, charter schools are public schools that receive public funding. I think sometimes the language we use around charter schools can be a little confusing. People will often say public charter schools, sort of implying that there might be maybe a private option, but that's not true. Charter schools are public schools with public funding. So charter is essentially a contract. It's a contract that outlines the terms and conditions for a charter school's operation. It allows the charter school to have autonomy to govern itself, and it generally will exempt the charter school from most of the state's rules and regulations. Some of the typical charter contracts contract provisions that you'll see are things about the governing requirements, what the governing board will look like, that sort of thing. We'll talk about operations, so what the mission of the school is, what the enrollment will look like, what student discipline policies they'll have, that sort of thing. They'll also discuss teacher issues. So these are things like, are the teachers required to be certified? What kind of collective bargaining, if they'll be allowed to participate in the state retirement system, those sorts of issues. And then often, charter contracts will talk about performance, and they'll outline the performance standards and expectations. So these are things like, are the students going to be, are they going to, the state standards and assessments going to apply to the students in this charter school? What kind of annual reporting will be required? Are there any thresholds under which, like performance thresholds under which a charter school must be closed if they fail to meet this threshold of performance? And so let's see, most states grant charters for around 3 to 5 years. It kind of depends on the state. Some states will have an initial period where it will be granted for, say, 5 years, and then when it's time for renewal, it might be granted for a longer time. There are a few states that will say, if your charter is high performing, we'll grant you a renewal for up to 15 years, for example, or maybe not quite that. So I think there's one state that does 15 years, but there are other states where they're initially granted for 5 years, and then each renewal is for 5 years, so on and so forth. So these are the authorizers. We've heard a little bit about authorizers, and I'm going to talk about authorizers a bit more later. But authorizers are the entities that approve and renew charters. So who may apply to open a charter school? Well, that really depends on the state. Most states allow a variety of groups to apply for and open charter schools. Michigan, I put that up there because I thought that was interesting. It says one or more persons or an entity may apply for a charter. So essentially, anyone. Most states restrict it to non-sectarian, nonprofit organizations, universities, or groups of teachers or parents, that sort of thing. And then there are a few states that specifically prohibit for-profit organizations from starting charter schools. So we've talked a little bit about conversion charter schools. Just a quick reminder that these are when existing schools convert to and become charter schools. Depending on the state, there are a number of different organizations that can apply to start a conversion school. But most states we've found require that before the charter school can be started, that they receive approval from the majority of teachers and majority of parents in order to start this conversion charter school. And there are a few states that restrict conversion charter schools to low-performing districts or low-performing schools. So who may attend? Well, as we mentioned, these are public schools, and so theoretically anyone can attend. But there are a lot of differences depending on the state on who may attend. So, for example, some states allow charter schools to serve a very specific population. Maybe it's specific to at-risk students, or the mission can be a little different for different schools. Most states require that charter schools give enrollment preferences. Usually it's to previously enrolled students, to siblings of previously enrolled students, and then to children of the staff or founders. And some other states also will allow preference to be given to students who live within a specific geographic region. So perhaps it's the attendance zone for the school, or maybe they live within the district where the charter school is located. And then sometimes states will also give preference to students who are currently attending low-performing schools. They'll give them preference to attend this charter school. If applications for a charter school exceed the capacity, states will generally require the schools to use some sort of lottery system or some sort of ranked waiting list system. So I'm going to talk a little bit about charter school limits. There are about half of states that have charter school laws allow or have some sort of limit on the number of charter schools that can be started. So these limits take a very different form in different states. So I have a few state examples of charter school limits. One is a statewide cap. Notably, Massachusetts does this, where they have a pretty strict limit on the number of charter schools that can be started across the state. Idaho also has an interesting limit where they limit the number of new charter schools that an authorizer may approve in a school district. Another type of cap is progressively increasing the number of charter schools that are allowed. So you see this in Alabama, and this is particularly, we tend to see this more in states with newer charter schools, not always, but tend to. So what it means is the state will start out by allowing a small number of schools, and then progressively over time, they can increase the number of schools that are allowed. Is that me? All right. So there are a few states that require, that have limits on charter schools to the populations that are served. So for example, Virginia and Rhode Island require that a specific number of charter schools that are started every year, or however, there's a percentage of charter schools that are started, new charter schools must be created for at-risk students. Another few states have limits around where they can be located, and then there's also limits on the number of schools an authorizer may authorize in a couple of states, including Wisconsin. So I wanted to talk now about authorizers. So what are authorizers? We've heard a little bit about them, but just as to reiterate, these are organizations that have the authority to grant charters. They oversee existing charters. They can evaluate the performance of the charter schools in their portfolio, and then they have the authority to revoke or to not renew charters. So most states allow multiple types of authorizers within one state, but there are a few states that have sole authorizers, and I'll talk a bit about that. And interestingly, there are a couple of states, or a few states, that will require that when an organization is applying to start a new charter school, they will require that the application needs to be submitted to both to the school district or sometimes to the State Department of Education. Even if they're not the authorizer, they require that the school district or the State Department of Education take a look at and sometimes approve the charter prior to it being approved. So this is kind of a dry table. This is information about types of authorizers, but I do want to draw your attention to this right here. As you'll see, the vast number of charter school authorizers across the country are school boards or school districts. Now, it doesn't mean that the vast number of charter schools are authorized by school districts. It means that most of the authorizers around the country are charter schools. There are 6 different types of authorizers, and as I mentioned, different states allow different kinds, and it can get a little bit complicated. Sometimes you'll have in a state where one authorizer can authorize charter schools on appeal. Sometimes another kind will authorize conversion charter schools, and so on. So it can get a little bit complicated. But most of the authorizers around the country are, in fact, school districts. So I'm going to talk just briefly about each of the different types of authorizers. As I mentioned, the majority are school districts. There are 31 states that have school districts that authorize charter schools. And typically their portfolios are quite small. They tend to authorize 5 or fewer charter schools. So another authorizer is state education agency. There are 17 states that allow the state education agency to authorize charter schools. In some cases, this will be the sole authorizer, meaning it's the only entity that authorizes charter schools in the state. And this is in Massachusetts and North Carolina, you'll find this. You also have independent charter boards. So this is a statewide authorizing body. Sometimes they're associated with the Department of Education, sometimes not. In a few cases, like in DC, this is the sole authorizer. You also have higher education institutions. Now, there's 12 states where there are higher education institutions actively authorizing charter schools. There are more states that allow it, but there are some states where there aren't any that are actually authorizing. And this is often, but not always, you find that higher education institutions are authorizing schools that have been associated with the university in some way. And then the last two authorizers are a little bit of outliers. We don't see this too often. The first is nonprofit organizations. I was recently at a conference for charter school authorizers, and I met some folks who are from the Audubon Center of the Northwoods in Minnesota, and they are an authorizer. They are an environmental education nonprofit, and they decided that since Minnesota allows nonprofits to authorize charter schools, they decided they wanted to. So they authorize a couple of charter schools that have a mission specific to environmental stewardship. And then the last one is a non-education government agency. You find this in 3 states. Dr. Lewis mentioned Indiana. The Indianapolis Mayor's Office authorizes charter schools there. And there actually is a 7th type of authorizer, which I haven't talked about, and that is Native American tribes. And I couldn't find information on this, and I suspect, I'm not 100% sure, but I don't know that there are any tribes that have actually actively started authorizing, but there are a couple of states that allow Native American tribes to authorize charter schools. I'm thinking of Oklahoma is one that I think is pretty recent within the last couple of years. So I wanted to spend a little bit of time talking about an organization called the National Association of Charter School Authorizers. Some of you may have heard of them. They go by NACSA for short. And they are an organization that works specifically with authorizers. And I wanted to point out one of their resources that's called the 12 Essential Practices for Authorizers. You can find this on their website, and they have a lot of really interesting information about what authorizers should be doing to ensure quality authorizing. And some states have taken steps to put some of these practices into their policies. And I'm going to talk a little bit more about that, but this document is certainly worth seeking out. So next up is governance and management. Charter schools have a governing board, and this is a small group who oversees the school. As I mentioned earlier, schools' charters typically include provisions about the school's governance, like what the charter school governing board will look like, and their responsibilities for the finances, that sort of thing. There are a few states that specifically allow or prohibit one charter school governing board to oversee multiple charter schools, but most states don't address this issue. So it's kind of an interesting little bit of charter school policy that I didn't know about until recently. So there are a few states that will say, yes, a charter school governing board may oversee more than one charter school, and some that say you can't, but most states are silent on this issue. Okay, so I wanted to take a moment and talk about CMOs and EMOs. There's often a lot of confusion, I find, about what these are. So CMOs are charter management organizations. And this is a nonprofit organization that manages multiple schools. And the idea is to help charters take advantage of economies of scale, and sometimes to scale up successful charter schools. So they typically will provide back office functions like data analysis, accounting services, that sort of thing. And they may also provide training for teachers, professional development, and so on. Some CMOs have a much more involved role. They'll help to set the mission of the school, curriculum, that sort of thing. Some are not quite as involved. And there are a few that have very large portfolios. You may have heard of KIPP, K-I-P-P. They're a CMO that they're far and away the largest in terms of both number of schools and number of students. EMOs are similar. These are education management organizations. They're similar to CMOs, but these are for-profit entities. And the number of CMOs and the number of EMOs across the country, the number of both CMOs and EMOs and their affiliated schools, that's growing. But they do tend to be concentrated in urban and suburban areas, and also tend to be concentrated in a few states. There are around 8 states where you find them. I also wanted to note that the role of CMOs and EMOs can be a little bit confusing. Even within the charter school field, sometimes there's some confusion about what constitutes an EMO, and sometimes some sort of disagreement about which organizations are CMOs or EMOs. But hopefully this is at least a good high-level overview of what these are, because again, sometimes it can get a little bit of confusing about what their role is with charter schools. So when I was chatting with a colleague about governance and management of charter schools, she pointed out that, and I agree, that it can get a little bit confusing at times trying to figure out who all of the players are when it comes to charter schools. So we'll see if this may be useful or not, we'll see. But I put together just a quick little diagram showing some of the different governance and stakeholder governance management stakeholders that are involved with charter schools. So at the top here, you'll see authorizers and governing boards. Charter schools are going to be accountable to their authorizers and their governing boards. You also sometimes have CMOs and EMOs that will have, depending on the organization, at least some role in the charter school. Sometimes it's heavy involvement, sometimes not as much. You also have school districts. I haven't spoken much about this, but in some states, charter schools are their own school district. In other states, they're part of an existing school district. And sometimes you'll also find that there's a whole sort of school district just of charter schools. So the structure takes different forms. So the charter schools will also have school districts that will be involved. Then, of course, you'll have the State Department of Education. Then the biggest stakeholders, I think, would be the teachers, parents, students. And then, of course, taxpayers, because these are taxpayer dollars. These are publicly funded schools. So you can see there are a lot of hands, a lot of cooks in the kitchen, if you will, when it comes to charter schools. But I just thought that this would maybe be a helpful visual of who gets involved when it comes to governance and management. So I'm going to talk briefly about finance.
Micah?
Yes.
There will be a question and answer.
Yes, of course.
Time period, okay.
Yeah.
There was some misunderstanding about that as far as when to ask questions.
Oh, sure,
Okay.
of course, absolutely.
Okay, continue.
Thank you. So finance, there are three basic types of charter school funding. And I do want to point out that there are a few states that use different funding formulas for charter schools and for standard districts. So the first one is charter schools that are entirely state funded. So this means that charter schools receive all of their funding through the state's per pupil amount, and there's no local funding. So this funding type doesn't affect local school districts, but it does tend to put more pressure on state budgets. And you see this in Arizona. The most common is the state and local funding model. So this means that charter schools receive some combination of the state funding through the per pupil amount, as well as local funding. And the combination of state and local funding varies quite a bit from state to state. So in this model, districts do lose some funding, but there's also and again, it depends on the state how much they're going to lose, but there's also tends to be less pressure on state budgets. And the last one is a hybrid approach. So this is a new charter school will start out with state funding entirely. And then over time, they phase in local funding. So eventually it looks like the second model. So it looks like whatever the state's combination of state and local funding. And the idea is that it puts a little bit less initial pressure, at least, on local districts because they won't lose funding initially when if a student opts to go to a charter school. And you see this in New York. So one of the questions we get sometimes is what type of funding is best? And the answer is it really depends. If Kentucky decides to create charter school laws, Kentucky's going to have to create a funding model that works for your state. A couple of other funding considerations to keep in mind. One is facilities. Facilities tend to be a local expense that you'll receive some state help, but they tend to be largely a local expense. And this is not a bit expense, that is a typo, but a big expense for charter schools because the state's per pupil amount is generally generally operational. Some states have provided some support for charter schools in this area. So what they'll do is they will have some sort of policy that requires school district and sometimes other government entities to provide charter schools with first dibs on empty facilities, either for leasing them or for purchasing them. And some states also have some grant or loan programs for charter schools to help them get started with facilities.
Just a quick clarifying question.
Just
Local expense with some state help, does that mean local, from the local district taxing, property tax or whatever?
Right,
As
yes.
opposed to charter raising their own money?
Well, charters, I'm talking generally. So with charter schools, because it is a local expense, some charter schools are their own district, they're their own entity, and so they don't really have the opportunity to draw on like a local property tax, for example. And so that's why some states will provide charter schools with some sort of financial support, whether it's giving them first dibs on government buildings or a loan program, or sometimes charter schools have to raise the funds on their own. So that's why I'm saying it's often a big and can be prohibitive expense. A couple other things to keep in mind with funding is transportation. Some states require charter schools to provide transportation, some don't. There are also some states that provide startup or planning grants for charter schools. Again, sometimes this can be related to facilities, or perhaps it's things like buying desks and whiteboards and just helping the charter school get started. All right, I'm going to talk briefly about accountability. Dr. Lewis and Commissioner Pruitt did a really nice job of talking about accountability, so I won't spend a ton of time on this. But one of my colleagues recently, we were chatting about charter schools, and she recently said, made an observation I thought was really apt. She said that the first wave of charter school policies in our country was really getting the charter school movement started. And the second wave has been putting into place much more thorough accountability provisions to keep a closer eye on what's actually happening with these schools that are using taxpayer dollars. And really, we see a lot of states have been trying to, and authorizers have been trying to figure out how to put in more and better accountability measures. So just a couple of the accountability measures that authorizers and states can take. One would be performance-based contracts. So that's establishing minimum performance thresholds for charter schools, requiring reporting of some kind, either the school or the authorizer or both. And then also having a process in place for renewing or revoking charters. I spoke about NACSA earlier. I also wanted to reference a document that they put out called Principles and Standards for Quality School Authorizers. This is just a screenshot of one section, and it's very small, so I apologize for those in the back. But I think it's worth taking a look at some of the principles and standards that they've outlined in this document. Also, a number of states have put language in their statutes that require authorizers or the state board to implement what's up here on the board, chartering policies and practices consistent with nationally recognized principles and standards for quality charter school authorizing. What they're saying here is essentially you need to put NACSA's standards into you have to have policies around that include NACSA standards. That's essentially what that's getting at. And lastly, I just wanted to take a couple of minutes and chat a bit about rural considerations. Like many states, Kentucky, I know, has some rural areas that need to be taken into account. And so I thought I'd spend just a couple minutes talking about charter schools in rural areas. So one of the things is that charter schools, this is something we don't talk about a lot, but charter schools tend to be more of an urban and a suburban phenomenon. It doesn't mean there aren't charter schools in rural areas. It just means that a lot of the discussions around charter schools tend to be focused on things that are specific to urban and suburban areas. So one of the issues that I've been doing a little bit of reading on this issue recently, and one of the things I've noticed is that first of all, there aren't a lot of resources specific to charter schools in rural areas, but there are a few. One of the things I've noticed is that the issue comes up often that choice sort of becomes a relative term. So what I mean is when you're dealing with a highly rural area where maybe they can only support one or two schools in that area, if you have a charter school move into the community, it can gut the traditional school and maybe even replace it. And so school choice sort of becomes a moot issue, right? Because you can only support one or two schools anyway. So one of the things that I've noticed in my readings is that community buy-in for charter schools is really important for them to do well in a rural area, especially a highly rural area, again, where maybe they can only support, a couple of schools anyway. Another issue that comes up again and again is that charter schools will tend, especially in highly rural areas, will tend to face issues that are found in standard schools anyway, right? So things like teacher retention and recruitment, transportation, those sorts of issues. And finally, I wanted to chat briefly about virtual charter schools. I know we have someone coming up after me who has a lot more information she can share about virtual charters. But I sometimes hear virtual charter schools referred to as the Wild West. And virtual charter schools, we've noticed, tend to pop up in more rural areas. And we sometimes get asked questions about virtual charter schools. And one of the things that we urge states who are thinking about this, we urge states to approach them very thoughtfully and with caution even, because virtual charter schools are still public schools, right? They're still receiving public funding. And a lot of states' leaders want to regulate them, or at least keep an eye on them, and rightly so. But most states haven't quite figured out how to effectively manage and regulate virtual charter schools. In addition, research on them, their performance tends to be mixed, even at best. So again, we do urge states that are thinking about virtual charter schools to be very thoughtful about it, and to be cautious and just be aware that these are public schools receiving public funding, but a lot of states haven't quite figured out how to manage them well yet. Here are a couple of resources that I wanted to point out specific to charter schools in rural areas. I also provided a copy of a document that we put together at my organization. It's not available on our website, but I did send a hard copy, so it should be available through the resources linked to this meeting. What it was is we were contacted a couple months ago by a state who had some questions about charter schools specific to rural areas. So we did a little bit of research and came up with a few resources. Here are two of them that I highlighted, but if I have a few copies of that, and it should be available, that document should be available through the meeting resources for today's meeting. I just wanted to briefly highlight two resources that we have from ECS that I think would be worth taking a look at. The first is our 50-state overview of charter school policies. This is available on our website. What it is we took about 30 or so data points around charter schools. So these are things like, does the state allow conversion charter schools? Do teachers have to be certified? What kind of accountability standards do they have in place? And then we reviewed state policies from all 50 states plus DC. And so you can compare state by state on all of these different charter school data points. So you can find that easily on our website. Just go to ecs.org, type in charter schools, pops up pretty quickly. The second one that I think will be particularly relevant for you today is a document we put out about a year ago called Questions to Consider When Creating or Modifying Charter School Laws. And the numbers are going to be they might be slightly out of date, but not significantly. And the information I think is quite relevant for what you're discussing here today. Here are just a few of the questions that we put into this document, questions to consider when you're thinking about creating charter school laws. So that you can see there's a lot that's covered in that, so it's worth taking a look at. So just a reminder, these are the things that I've been chatting about or talking to you about today. And now, here's my contact information. You're more than welcome to contact me if you have follow-up questions or need more information, and I'm happy to answer any questions you might have now.
Question for Micah.
Yes.
Yeah, go ahead.
Well, thank you. This very, thorough overview of what exists. I'd like to go back to at least two of the things. So, for instance, in financing, you talked about why you might choose different financing, more pressure on state, more pressure on local, something like that. Can you do the same kind of comment on, why do some states choose to limit and not? Why do some states choose different authorizers? What are the considerations that go into that?
Right, sure.
And why, what are the considerations that when people are choosing different types of, accountability, what are the considerations?
Sure. So these are pretty big and nuanced questions, but I think one of the things to keep in mind is that a lot of times when you're looking at state's education policies about really anything, it's often very reflective of what the state's sort of overarching goals are and values are. So, for example, in Massachusetts, they have a pretty tight limit on charter schools. But in other states, I live in Colorado, where there are lots and lots and lots of charter schools. But you tend to have a lot of local control is a big, important thing in Colorado. And I haven't lived in Massachusetts, so I'm not as familiar, but I don't know if that's as big of an issue there as it might be in Colorado. So this is a little bit of speculation, but I think it often tends to rely on really what the state's sort of goals and values are around education. I'm not answering your question really well, in part because this is kind of a big question, but what I would be happy to do is dig into this a little bit more, because I don't think I can answer it really in depth about in the limited time I have here with you today about what kind of authorizers they use, what kind of accountability measures, but I'd be more than happy to go back and provide you with more in-depth information about each of those areas if you'd like.
No, I think it would just be helpful to understand what are the
absolutely.
considerations, that,
Sure.
that went into choosing different, making different choices around
Sure,
these
absolutely.
issues.
So you're talking about accountability. Are there limits on authorizers? Are there any other areas that you want that you'd like to know more about?
Well, the types of authorizers, why choose different types?
Okay, sure.
Funding.
Sure, okay.
Rich?
Question about accountability. How is that determined? What are the common measures of accountability that tend to be more successfully employed?
Well, some of the common ones that you'll find, again, are things like performance thresholds within contracts. So that's something that NACSA recommends.
Performance measured as?
So they'll say like states must, charter schools. So some states may have limits, or authorizers may say that charter schools need to have students performing at, X number of, meeting these performance thresholds, or perhaps their graduation rates have to be a certain number. And then under that, the school must close if they're consistently not meeting those performance thresholds. So that's one of a fairly common one. Other accountability are ensuring that there's annual reporting, so the school, or sometimes the authorizer, has to say, okay, here's just basic information about our school. Here's information about our performance levels. Here's our graduation rates. Here's who we're serving, and just reporting out on what their school is doing. So those are two of the more common kinds of accountability.
But basically, it is self-reported data that is used to determine accountability.
Well, I suppose so. What you have is districts that. So it kind of depends on the structure, right? So if a charter school is part of a school district, then that information is going to be gathered by the school district. If a charter school is its own district, to some degree it's going to be self-reported, but if they are taking state performance assessments, for example, then that information is going to be coming out. Or if they're reporting on their graduation rates, the state can say, okay, we know that X number of students are graduating for your school, or not graduating, as the case may be. And so sometimes it is, but it also depends on the structure of how the school is set up within a district or within the state system.
And if I'm right, as a kind of the base, accountability is still the accountability structure of the state. So,
right, yes.
but for the contract, there's typically over and beyond what's already in the state accountability system.
Yes.
Micah, I've heard a couple presentations. What about closing charters? How many are closed?
I don't know offhand. I know it's not a huge number. Charter school closing can be kind of a tricky thing.
Why?
Because you're essentially saying all of these students are going to be having to go somewhere else. Like it can be sort of disruptive. And it's not saying it doesn't happen, but it can be disruptive. And so what I've noticed is a lot of times districts or states want to work with the charter schools as much as they can to help them improve, so that it isn't so disruptive for the students and for the teachers in the system. But it does happen. Unfortunately, I don't have numbers offhand on how often, but it does happen.
And to be fair, it's just like closing a district having to
Yes,
close
exactly.
a school. No matter what happens, if you close a school, a traditional school, it's tricky and challenging.
It is, exactly.
And yet it happens almost every year in public sector.
It
Yes.
I would like some numbers
Sure.
on that as well. Closing.
I would think that's got to be critical. It's got to be easy to close a non-performer. That's one of the issues we have now, is it's very difficult to
Right.
to deal with non-performing entities. That's got to be easy.
Milton.
You were talking earlier about the rural schools and some of the challenges that they have, and also with your urban schools. And one of the things in the state of Kentucky, the size of our school and our metropolitan areas, well, we have quite a few failing schools. And when we talk charter and are talking about this, the state board and everyone else it's how do we break this down? Some areas, they don't want charter schools because charters are their main employer in some of your small areas. The biggest, your public schools are your main employer in some areas. So how do we get around this to get, to put medicine on the wound that what we are trying to address here in the state of Kentucky?
Well, I think when it comes to rural schools, as I mentioned, I think charter school buy-in is particularly important when you're talking about highly rural areas where there may be just, a few schools and it's a big employer and, everybody's got a connection to the school. It does require a high degree of community buy-in, I think, particularly in those areas for them to succeed.
Well, one of the things, I guess, where I'm going with this is this, excuse me. I guess is one place that I'm going with this, that the state itself and people and legislators that we have in the state, and they are concerned about their stakeholders in their areas. And we are talking about school districts that are in trouble, and it's one of those things that we're going to have charter schools in one part of the state, and some parts we're not going to have charter schools. So we've got to have stakeholders in the entire state in order to to vote this in or out. And so this is one of the things that I'm concerned about.
Sure. And I think those are definitely valid concerns.
Anyone else? Gary, then Nuwana, and
Thanks,
have
Bill.
to move on in a minute.
Just a point of clarification and information, and then a follow-up question to that. According to the National Association of Public Charter Schools, about 15% of all charter schools have been closed nationally since the first charter law was adopted in Minnesota. So for 2014-15, which would be the last time we have data, 272 charter schools were closed across the country in the 14-15 year.
Do you have state data on that or just national?
That's national, yeah, that's across the nation. So a follow-up question to that, Micah, the charter school bill that was introduced in the state legislature last year had a provision that said that if a charter school had 3 consecutive years of student academic performance in the bottom quartile, that school would be subject to closure.
Okay.
How typical would a closure provision like that be? Is that about average, or is that more rigorous or stringent than what you would see in
As far
other
as
states?
3 consecutive years, that sounds fairly in line with what I've seen. I'd have to take a closer look. Just offhand, I don't. But it does sound fairly in line with, 3 to 5-ish years sounds fairly in line. There might be more, maybe a little bit less.
Using that bottom quartile as a standard, that would also be typical?
I've seen it kind of varying anywhere from, lowest 5% to around bottom 25%. So it does vary quite a bit as far as what sort of the lowest threshold is. And it also kind of depends on type of school, right? So one thing I didn't mention, but if you have a school that's serving specifically at-risk youth, for example, you might need to take that into consideration when setting performance thresholds, because you might be working with a population that's already going to be relatively low performing anyway. So maybe you're talking about a high school for kids who are sort of on the verge of dropping out, for example. So it can vary sort of depending on what's served, but that sounds about what I've seen.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Nuwana?
In terms of accountability, what data is there to show that charter schools really are closing the gap?
Well, I think that I think we have a couple of presenters who are going to be better equipped to answer that than I am. It kind of depends on where you're at and what kind of charter school you're looking at and the situation. But I think some of our follow-up presentations are going to be in a great position to answer that for you.
What about performance data? Do you have anything on that? How the performance data of public charter schools compares to other public schools?
Again, that kind of depends, and I think I'm sorry to do this to you again, but I think some of the presenters following me are going to be in a better position to answer that. But again, I've seen it kind of across the board. It depends. Yeah.
All right, Roger, and then
My question, I guess, is not for you, but for Dr. Pruitt. Sometime today, will someone kind of compare and contrast what charter schools could offer that would be in addition to what's already possible through school councils and districts of innovation?
I don't know that we'll go to that level because we've sort of kept it at what national research has said, and there's not been a lot of contrast within state research. But that's something we can certainly dig into. We kind of have an interesting system here in Kentucky with being so local control focused. The site-based councils, for instance, which are kind of a key feature in most charter schools, which I think you call them the governance.
Governing boards.
Governing board, which we have in all of our schools here. It's kind of a different way of thinking. So I don't know that it's going to be an easy comparison, but today it's really been more about what the national research says around charter schools. I think we can have that conversation certainly this afternoon, though.
Anyone else?
Bill, one more follow-up question, if I may. I understand on the different forms of school governance, the EMOs would be the for-profit entities. Nationally, I understand only about 13% of charters are operated by EMOs. About a quarter of them are operated by, about a third of them are operated by CMOs, which would be the nonprofit entities like KIP, and the rest of those are, I guess, would be independent, standalone.
Right. Well, as I mentioned, a number of charter schools are authorized by school districts. And so those are going to be part of the school district, but it's its own charter school. Yeah. Or, for example, the Indianapolis mayor's office, things like that. Yeah.
All right. Thank you, Micah. You've given us a lot more information.
Oh, great. Thank you.
Commissioner?
If I may, I just want to publicly thank Micah because this is actually ECS's big conference that they have each year. And so I'd like to thank ECS and Micah for coming out today because this actually puts their organization and Micah personally in a little bit of a tight situation. And so it just says a lot about your willingness to support the states. And I just wanted to say publicly how much I appreciated ECS and you personally coming and giving us this information today.
Well, you're welcome. It was a real pleasure for me to be here.
All right, thank you. Next, we have a presentation that gives us a Kentucky perspective from the Pritchett Committee. We have a report. It's entitled "Exploring Charter Schools in a Kentucky Format." So I'm asking, Bridget and whomever else is going to join you to come forward and give us their overview of charter schools. Welcome.
Thank you, Chairman Twyman. And thank you all, members of the Kentucky Board of Education, Commissioner Pruitt, and the Cabinet for Education and Workforce Development for hosting this important learning session. It's a pleasure to see you all this morning. As Mr. Twyman mentioned, my name is Bridget Blum-Ramsey, and I serve as the Executive Director of the Pritchett Committee for Academic Excellence. I'm joined here at the table by Associate Executive Director Corey Curl. The Pritchett Committee, as some of you, most of you in the room know, is a citizen-led, statewide, nonprofit and nonpartisan organization that has focused on its sole mission for the last 3 decades, to promote vastly improved education for all Kentuckians. With this as our goal, we approach every proposal by asking 2 fundamental questions. Will it improve Kentucky schools, and will it improve student success? The Pritchett Committee consists of 125 volunteer members, a small staff, and many more friends and fellow advocates numbering into the thousands. We've been a leading citizen voice for better education in Kentucky and a national model of excellence for more than 30 years. Our work has always been marked by 3 key components: studying issues, informing citizens and policymakers, and engaging the public in decision-making. Honoring this long-standing tradition, In the fall of 2014, the Pritchard Committee convened a group of its members and constituents to study the research and findings of our nation's more than 25-year experience with public charter schools. We sought to first better understand opposing viewpoints, ranging from a deeply held belief that the public education system should allow for more choice by parents, to an equally strong belief that public investment should be used to strengthen the traditional system of education in an effort to serve students better. Commissioner, is there anything I can do to help with the microphone issue? Does it sound okay to everyone?
It is. It's unfortunately, it's apparently when we moved in that we didn't properly get rid of all the gremlins, and so we have gremlins in the building that attack our phones and technical systems. So
I see.
I think Mary Ann is back there working on it now. I wish there was something I wish I could blame it on you, Bridget, but I can't. It's the gremlins in the Sauer building.
Okay, all right. I'll try to keep a comfortable distance here. Second, as part of our study group effort, we sought to understand Kentucky's context of reform alongside other states that chose a path to charters many years ago. Finally, we sought to arrive at a position on charter enabling legislation in Kentucky. We worked through the fall to gather unbiased information on the organizational and operational elements of charter schools. We took a close look at charters in Louisiana, New Orleans specifically, where charters were instrumental in quickly getting a system of education back up and running in the aftermath of Hurricane Katrina. We engaged the National Council of State Legislatures to provide a landscape of charters across the country and to help us understand the funding mechanism for public charters. The National Governors Association helped us understand the intricacies of legislation and regulation to ensure strong charters should Kentucky choose to go in that direction. And the NGA even presented at our annual meeting 2 years ago and hosted a Q&A session on charters. We relied heavily on the research from CREDO, the Center for Research on Educational Outcomes at Stanford University, whom you will hear from later today, that produced the first comprehensive study of charter school impacts on student performance in 2009 and followed with a second study in 2013. In brief, through the committee's study and conversation, here's what we found. First, in understanding Kentucky's reform path in context. In 1991, the first charter school law was passed in Minnesota, and since that time, 43 states and the District of Columbia have passed legislation allowing charter schools. The charter idea is intended to improve student outcomes by allowing for local autonomy, innovation, and encouraging community engagement and support. Another common rationale for charter schools is that providing more choice or competition among schools will improve the quality of schools and increase student outcomes. In 1990, 1 year earlier, Kentucky chose a different path to a very similar objectives by implementing a governance model for all schools that required school-based decision-making councils to be composed of parents and teachers. The goal was to strengthen local autonomy and community engagement while also providing an environment for local innovation. Kentucky did not inject competition into its public school system as part of the 1990 reforms. Rather, it set up an accountability system and common academic standards to increase the quality of all schools, and it set up collaborative systems such as Family Resource Youth Service Centers, more commonly known nationally as communities and schools, to connect at-risk students with families, at-risk students and families with community supports in an effort to decrease barriers to learning. So what did we see in regards to student outcomes and educational improvement over time as part of this study? Since 1990, Kentucky has made significant progress in student achievement for all students. On the National Assessment of Educational Progress, better known as NAEP, Kentucky now ranks 8th across states in 4th grade reading and is at the national average in 8th grade reading and 4th grade math. Further, gains since the 1990s place Kentucky in the top quarter of all states for positive growth in 4th and 8th grade reading and math. In 1990, when we set ourselves on a standards-based reform path, Kentucky was at the bottom on nearly all measures of educational success. We are now at the middle and even above on some indicators. However, despite these positive results, our outcomes in mathematics for all students are of particular concern, and achievement gaps persist for African American and Hispanic students who learn differently and students from low-income families. These gaps have persisted as long as we've been able to track them. Regarding charters, we found the overall performance to be mixed. The Credo report finds that charters can be beneficial in urban settings and with African American and Hispanic students living in poverty. But the same does not hold true for rural and suburban students. In the end, the study group recognized that states across the nation, including Kentucky, are seeking ways to reverse the trend of widening achievement gaps. And they are considering everything from rigorous standards to innovative teaching practices and enhanced leadership to quality charter schools and community support services to break down barriers to learning. The study group also highlighted the need for both strong parent engagement and collaboration among all public schools within a district, including potential charters, as critical indicators of overall success. At the conclusion of the study process, the committee did not take an official position in support of nor in opposition to public charter schools. The group instead decided to write a report laying out basic information about charter schools, including the research evidence. The report articulates 8 major questions that should be asked about any charter school legislation. The goal of the study group's report is to be useful to Kentuckians with many different views on the question of charters, in an effort to inform a broader public discussion about how best to equip Kentucky students for successful futures. The informational guide you have in front of you and is on the screen opens by answering a few basic questions about charters. And some of this you've heard, most of this you've heard this morning. What is a charter school? What are conversion and startup charter schools? What evidence is available about charter school results for students? Then we pose the 8 questions that identify key issues to be discussed regarding any charter school legislation. What student results will charter schools be expected to deliver? Which public school requirements will be waived and which requirements will charter schools have to follow? How will students be admitted or assigned to charter schools? Who will authorize charter schools? Who will be able to apply to run a charter school? Will charter school numbers and enrollments be subject to caps? How will charter schools be closed if they do not deliver? And what funding will charter schools receive? Corey will share more detail about each parts of the report.
Fabulous. Thank you, Bridget. I am going to focus on the charter school basics and diving a little bit more into detail of the 8 questions that the report poses. A lot of this will sound familiar to you. You've heard a lot of this information from Dr. Pruitt, from Dr. Lewis, and from Micah. But this report has been out for 2 years, so I think it's important for you to understand how we've been presenting this information over the last few years. So first of all, in answering the question of what is a charter school, the report really fastens onto 3 main ideas. The first is accountability. The second is a freedom to innovate. And the third is public funding. Can you hear me at all? Is it good? Okay.
This is the panoramic presentation where we can hear your voice resonate throughout the whole room. Yeah.
Fabulous. But basically that they're publicly funded schools with independent management, and that the charter itself is a written agreement between the authorizer and the folks who will be authorizing the school itself. The element of choice was also a key feature of some of the definitions of charter schools that the study group looked into, and really spoke to the fact that in many localities, students are admitted to charter school by admission. You have heard this morning about conversion charter schools, in which students who have already been assigned to that school continue to go to that school. But in most cases, there is an element of parent choice involved. The report did look at the evidence about student results for those who do attend charter schools versus those who do not attend charter schools. You'll be hearing very soon right from the source of the Stanford Credo report, and that is the main source of evidence that the study group used for their examination. And basically, as you've already heard, the report found that in math and in reading, there are substantial advantages for students in charter schools who are African American and low income, particularly for students who are African American and low income, and also positive results for Hispanic students with low incomes. There have been a variety of other studies that have come out since that time that you have, I believe, as background resources for you, and you'll hear more about as well. So the first question is, what results are charter schools expected to deliver for kids? And the report lays out that in the basic level that you would expect, that charter schools would be accountable for the same types of performance that any other traditional public school would be accountable for within the state's accountability system, but that states like Kentucky can also choose to go above those requirements to expect more from charter schools or different forms of expectations based on the particular needs of that particular community or that school. The second question is then what requirements are given in terms of freedom to innovate, in terms of flexibility, what regulations or statutes might be waived for charter schools. So the report says that one option that states have is to allow charter schools to apply for waivers, which might be a similar situation as we have here with districts of innovation, but that a more common approach is for the state statute itself to basically waive schools from most statutes and regulations, but specify those that they will be held to. For example, health, safety, non-discrimination, accounting types of requirements are very common. And page 9 of the report includes a table that lists hypothetically the kinds of rules and regulations that Kentucky would be likely to hold charter schools accountable for, as well as some such as gifted and talented, the school calendar, the school day, salary schedule, participation for reduced price lunch programs, and the like, which may be open to conversations about whether those are things that schools would need to comply with or not. So again, a lot of discussion, but lots of options that are available. The third question in the report is how students would be admitted or assigned to charter schools. Again, there is the approach of having conversion charter schools, where a low-performing school or other school is actually pulled into the status of charter from various mechanisms that can allow that to happen. But typically, the admission is open, as you've heard, and the admission by lottery, where there are more students who wish to attend than there are slots available, is a very common approach. There are also options for giving preference to certain students for admission, such as siblings of current students, students who can add different economic or ethnic diversity or other factors. The fourth question is who would authorize public charter schools? And as you've heard this morning, there are a number of different options that states have in selecting who the authorizer will be. Typically, local boards of education are authorized to be charter authorizers, as well as institutions of higher education and others that you've heard today. The fifth question is then about applicants who would be eligible to apply to run charter schools. And in this case, again, there are a variety of different options, including nonprofit providers or for-profit providers as well. The sixth question is whether the number of charter schools and enrollments would be subject to caps within state law. And the report notes several different kinds of caps that other states have used in their statutes. The first that the report describes is number limits. So saying a particular number of charter schools can be opened in any given year, or any particular number of charter schools can exist in any given year, or both. Another is location limits. So this is where state statute can name certain districts where charter schools can be located, or districts that have certain kinds of achievement issues. So if a district has priority schools, for example, that they that charter schools could operate in that district, or that the rules could be different for charter schools in that district. And third, there can be enrollment limits set as well. So there are some states that say no more than a certain percentage of students in a certain district can be enrolled in charter schools at a particular time. The seventh question is specifying how will charter schools be closed if they don't deliver the results that are within the contract and within other state accountability provisions. The first option that the report delineates is automatic closure based on some kind of state-defined performance standards. The second is that there can be negotiated provisions within the charter agreement itself. The report also details some data, which I think from Dr. Houchins' data is perhaps a little bit out of date. But according to a Center for Education Reform report, it said that between 1992 to 2011, of the roughly 6,700 charter schools that opened across the country, a little more than 1,000 of them were closed. 19% of those closures were for academic reasons, 42% were for financial reasons, 24% for some kind of mismanagement, and then the rest for a variety of other issues. And then the last question, the eighth question, was about the funding that charter schools would receive. And again, you've delved into this issue as well, that it can be a negotiation between the charter school and the local school board, but it can also be really focused on per pupil funding from the state funding formula. Facilities funding is something that the report really highlighted as a particular challenge and asked, for example, with Kentucky, as there are state funds available to support facilities, whether charter schools would be eligible to apply for those funds. And then the last piece of funding issues that the report really got into was the extent to which charter schools would be eligible for other types of funding from state-funded employee benefits for retirement and health insurance. So those were the 8 questions, and as many of you may have seen, as charter school legislation does get filed within the General Assembly, the Pritchard Committee has reviewed that legislation according to those 8 questions and provided that information to the public.
That's right. Thank you, Corey. The report has been widely distributed across the state in the last couple years, and we've used the 8 questions to review the bills that have been filed in the last 2 sessions of the General Assembly. Our hope is, again, that the informational guide provides a foundation for greater public participation in a conversation about charter schools and any decisions that are made regarding the direction of education in Kentucky with respect to charters. The bottom line for the Pritchard Committee is that we must recognize that far too many students are not achieving at high levels, putting their future at risk and keeping the state from creating and sustaining a dynamic competitive workforce. If we do enact charter enabling legislation, we should do so with the full knowledge of our nation's successes and challenges with charter schools to ensure Kentucky's law results in the highest quality charters and clear positive impacts on students. We've come from the bottom of the national rankings in education to the middle and above in one generation. As we make decisions about how to move now from the middle to the top, we must do so with a sense of urgency for our students and our state. Urgency that is tempered with thoughtful hindsight for what has worked and what has not over our reform trajectory, as well as keen foresight into the intended and unintended consequences of our adjustments to course. And we must make these decisions with an unwavering commitment to nothing less than continued improvement for each student in our state. Again, members of the Kentucky Board of Education, Commissioner Pruitt, Dr. Lewis, on behalf of the thousands of Kentucky students, thank you for hosting this important learning session. And we'd be happy to take any questions.
Questions for either one of the persons representing the Pritchett Committee? As Bridget just stated, this report has been out for a couple of years now, but there might be some clarifying question or question about process or what have you. Alicia?
I've noticed in several of the reports that that have been presented so far and that I've read ahead on as well, but in regards to profit, for-profit and nonprofit, in your research, have you seen which is better or concerns with either or type?
We did have some conversation about that as part of the study group process, and that's not something we delve into deeply, though. We do think it's a question for any legislation, which we would allow, or would we allow both? And I think it's best to probably let Stanford and others maybe speak to the student effects between the two, if there are any. Corey?
Do you know how many there are of each, for-profit versus nonprofits?
Nationally?
Nationally.
I wonder if ECS had that by chance. We can find out for you.
Just curious.
Yep.
Thank you.
Gary, then Mary Gwen.
Okay, I have a couple of questions, so I'll try to be as brief as I can. So what I didn't see in your report is one of the dimensions of the Credo studies, which looked at the longitudinal effect of charters on particularly students of poverty. How did that data point factor into the discussions of the Pritchett Committee work group?
Did it?
Dr. Houchins, the committee looked deeply at the Credo report and the effect sizes that Credo published, and really focused its discussion on our challenges with education outcomes in the state, recognizing the achievement gap that we still struggle with, and looked at the results in Credo. And I think that's where we found common ground as a study group in recognizing that we still have a great deal of work to do. And some of the Credo evidence points to clear gains for students in specific circumstances. But the group didn't dig into the kind of the details of the longitudinal analysis.
Okay. Follow-up for Corey. You mentioned the closure data from the Center for Education Reform.
Yes.
I think you said that they estimate 1,000 charter schools have been closed.
I believe so.
Okay. So if we have 6,000 charters in operation around the country, approximately, that's 16% of schools that have been closed, actually a little bit more than the National Association of Public Charter Schools had mentioned. Okay. One more question for you, Corey. You have some experience with charter schools from your time in Tennessee, right?
I do, yes.
So one of the things I notice in Tennessee is it's like a lot of other states. Some of the charters do remarkably well, some of them don't. In Metro Nashville, those schools tend to be outpacing the district schools in terms of performance of students demographically similar. In your experience, what do you think is distinguishing those Metro Nashville charter schools, and what would you point to as the source of their success?
Well, that's a fabulous question, and I think I will be very excited to hear more from Stanford. I believe they're going to be presenting results on the urban study as well, which shows some of the results from Nashville as well as Memphis. And I think that's a wonderful question to ask. I mean, I would say, just as you said, that when I was in Tennessee, we had far fewer charter schools than they do in Tennessee now. And we definitely found that there were some who are incredibly high performing, some that were not high performing at all, and then a fair number in the middle. And that's the work for all of us to find out what those highest performing ones are doing and spread that message to others.
Thanks.
I think Tennessee has an inordinate amount of private support by private groups supporting charter schools just in concept.
Mm-hmm. And one other thing I would put on the table that the study group report did not address, but I think is an important and worthwhile discussion for you all, is what it looks like to have effective technical assistance from the state level to help support those who are applying, to help them in developing their plans, but also to provide technical assistance to authorizers to help them do their jobs better. And that's something we definitely found started small, learned over the years. So those are lessons are really important from other states.
Ben, so you're saying that there was additional funding from other sources to some of those?
That's been my impression, that there are several, I don't know if you'd call them powerful, but at least fairly well-funded groups that are supporting it just from a philosophical, not any particular charter school so much as the idea that they should be tried and supported.
Mary, go ahead.
So I'm going to put you on the spot a little bit, Bridget, and maybe you don't have to answer, but you started by saying you always approach this with, is it good for Kentucky school? Will it improve Kentucky schools? Will it improve student success? And I think Micah answered a question with a really important point, which it really depends on the values of the state and what they're trying to do. And I think one consistent value in the state that we have is all means all. We're trying to help each child. I heard you say that it seems like there is some, there have been results in charters for addressing achievement gaps in urban areas. And, I guess I would ask you two things. One is, do you feel like there is potential for charter to play a role in answering the questions of improving Kentucky schools or improving student success? And secondly, from this study, what would be 2 or 3 important best practices that we should try to emulate if we go forward with a charter bill?
Mary Gwen, on your first question, a report that we did not present on today is the follow-up report to this report. So when the study group concluded and we decided, the study group decided the committee was not going to take a position pro or con on charters. What the study group said was, we need to better understand issues related to the achievement gap. And we, as a committee of education advocates, need to put forth recommendations to begin to move with urgency to close achievement gaps. That report came out in August of this year, following the same path of engaging a study group and bringing in experts to present to us. One of the assertions in that report is that it is so critically important for us as a state to now move from the middle to the top, not because of rankings, but because our kids need it, our kids deserve it. And that means we need to avail ourselves of all tools that have evidence of being beneficial to students. But we need to do that within the context of Kentucky's history of reform. And again, what has worked, recognizing what has worked, and adjusting course appropriately, and being cautious that we don't infuse something into the system that has unintended consequences along the way. So that's maybe a roundabout way of saying the committee accepts that we have challenges facing us, and we need to embrace those challenges with urgency and identify appropriate responses to those challenges. Our students need that. The second part of your question, 3 best practices. We have had some conversations about best practices with charters. And Corey and I both have the opportunity and have in different venues to be part of lots of different national conversations. We have found, as I think you've heard this morning, that charter legislation is really very contextual. It is based on the state values and the state focus on education. And so I think it's difficult, and like Corey and everyone else, we're anxious to hear from the other researchers today about best practices. But one thing that I can share with you that we hear a lot about authorizing. And there's, I think, some research, though maybe not as clear, on the different impacts of different levels of authorizing. But we think that's a key piece for us to focus on is authorizing. A best practice, while not specific to charters, I think we all recognize that we need to ensure that as we adjust or as we add things to our education system, that it doesn't result in decreased funding across the board for each and every student in our schools. The third thing that I would say that I think we hear, and I've been hearing more and more in national conversations from groups in other states, is as charter legislation and charter movements have evolved, states, particularly early adopting states, are now having rich conversations about collaboration between charter schools and traditional public schools. And they're grappling with how to now create an environment of collaboration so that each and every child is served in a community and across the state. And I think it would behoove us in Kentucky to recognize that that conversation is going on nationally and ensure that if we do move in this direction, we do so in a fashion that is collaborative so that we don't create unnecessary additional cracks in the system for students to fall through.
Roger?
I think Corey and Bridget both mentioned within the context of our efforts over the last 26 years, and I think that's really important. And my question earlier about comparing and contrasting routes to innovation that we currently have in legislation with what charter schools could offer, that's on page 13 of this report. And it seems, if I'm reading this correctly, that the major difference is the issue of choice that charters might offer that is in contrast with what we currently have as opportunities for districts and schools and communities in Kentucky now. Is that correct?
That is certainly one of the elements that the report elevated as being a major difference between where we are currently and what a charter school law would allow us to do within the state. The other is a little bit harder to describe, which is that the laws currently that we have in Kentucky do allow for a lot of local control and a lot of flexibility where there's substantial agreement within that school to take a wholesale different approach. So if a site-based council decided to do a completely different model of school, that can happen, but they can't go start from scratch. So between choice and kind of the ability to start from scratch with a new model, I think that's where the study report kind of made that delineation.
All right, thank you, Bridget, Corey. I tell you what, we're really getting a lot of information. We can't say that we're not informed. We're going to take 5-minute break right now. I think viewing people in the audience, I think all of us can count to 5. 5 minutes. And so we'll take a break and we'll come back for our next presentation from Dr. Margaret Raymond. A couple weeks ago.
That sounds serious.
We're going to call the session back to order. And we're getting ready for our next presenter. Get everyone, all right? There's the one. I missed you a moment ago. Okay. All right. We're going to now hear from charter school researchers and one that is nationally known, Dr. Margaret Raymond. She's from the Center of Research on Educational Outcomes at Stanford University. And we want to especially thank you for traveling all the way across the country to the state of Kentucky. So we appreciate you, and now the session is yours. Welcome.
Thank you. Chairman, Commissioner, other members of the board, and the Education Study Group, thank you very much for the invitation to be with you today. Charter schools is something that I think a lot about, and I've been asked in 30 minutes to teach you everything I know. So here we go. I'm going to skip a lot of what other people have already talked about today and just get to the details that I think you most care about. What I'd like to do is talk to you about measures of performance and what our research has shown in terms of the performance of charter schools, whether, in fact, they have a trajectory of improvement, and whether we can identify policy factors that actually make a difference as you consider building a framework for charter schools, should you choose to go in that direction. And then I did want to spend some time on the CMO-EMO thing, because I do think that there's some confusion based on what I heard this morning. So those are the things I'd like to try to cover with you, and of course I'll be happy to take your questions at the end. In case somebody has email they want to catch up on, let me start with the conclusions. Charter schools actually work best when they're working to serve historically underserved populations. And partly this is a mission choice by the operators, and partly it is a relative comparison of the historical performance of those communities. One thing I'm going to share with you today is that charter school quality is baked in very early in the life of a school. I'm going to show you some numbers that will, I think, impress you. That said, the sector itself is improving over time, but it's improving over time largely as a function of the quality of authorizing about who they let into the game and how quickly they close schools that are underperforming. And I'll share some of that with you as well. And finally, we talk about CMOs or networks of charter schools, and there's been a lot of conversation across the country about them potentially being the vanguard of expansion of improved school options for kids. And what I'm going to show you today is that can be the case, but it's not always the case. Let's talk about that. So, I'm going to start with the most recent information, and then I'm going to go back to the beginning, okay? In film, that's called drama and framing. What I want to do is to show you the most recent information we have, and then go back to the beginning and show you where we started. One of the things that makes Credo unusual is that we have data sharing agreements with 27 of the 44 states that allow charter schools. And each of these data sharing agreements allows us to get individual student level data on performance and their backgrounds, and enough of information about them. We don't actually carry the personally identified information. We use an anonymized student ID, but what that allows us to do is to link kids up over time. And so we can see kids moving in and out of various education settings, and that allows us to set up some of these rigorous studies. We focus on academic growth, and the reason that we do this is because achievement scores, when you just take a level of what kids know at the end of the year, there's a lot of other things that get swept into that measure. A lot about family background, a lot about their prior academic achievement and what kind of schooling they had up until that year, a little bit about their personal endowment, and a whole lot of fuzz. Anybody who've ever met a 12-year-old boy, you know there's a lot of fuzz in their number. So we instead use that same student over 2 years to create a growth measure. And what happens then is that we remove all of those factors from consideration. And what we end up with then is a measure of 1-year academic progress in a particular setting. So the school that the student attended that year, how much progress did they help that student make? So that's why we focus on academic growth. We use performance on state standardized test scores. I know there's a lot of debate about tests these days. They don't test and measure everything, but what they do test and they do test and measure, they do well. And the things that they measure matter a lot in terms of the long-term vitality of students, communities, states, and nations. So we rely on those, but do not say that they are the only measures that count. We have this funky little thing called a virtual control record, and I'm going to just spend 1 minute telling you about this so that you understand. Because charter schools are schools of choice, you don't guarantee that charter schools serve a representative sample of the community in which they reside. And particularly because of the flexibility of charter schools, they can attract all kinds of different students. So we are concerned then that our comparison has to be head-to-head. And what we've done then is to create a synthetic comparison student. That synthetic student is actually made up of real students who go to the same public schools that a charter school student would have gone to. So we call those other public schools the feeder schools. And we take every single charter school student and we find in the feeder schools all the students that match them identically on all of their identified characteristics. Their demographics, whether they're free and reduced price lunch eligible, whether they're special ed, whether they've repeated a grade. And we take all of those students in traditional public schools that those kids would have gone to, and we match and only keep those that have the exact same starting score, okay? Their starting achievement score, so at this point they are all twins. They're interchangeable as far as we can tell from an education standpoint. We roll the calendar forward a year. This student's been in charter schools, these students have been in traditional public schools, and we take the next test score. Remember, we take 2 test scores and we get a growth. Well, on this side, we just average what that second test score is, and now we have the average experience that a kid would have had if they'd gone to traditional school, okay? And now we have twins. There's classic twin studies and all kinds of medical research, and now you understand it. It's like Noah's Ark. They're just 2 by 2. And so our comparison is always in the same locality with kids who look exactly like them. That's the twin study that we use. And our question then is, does a student in a charter school on average in 1 year's time make more growth, about the same growth, or less growth than their twin in the traditional public schools in the same community? So our study sample from 2013 is based in 27 states, and we are showing here just a real quick profile of how our study sample compared. The one thing I will point out to you is that the average charter school is much smaller than either the schools their students would have already gone to otherwise, and in their state, the average school size across the state. We also find that our students are slightly less likely to be English language learners, slightly less likely to be special education students, less likely to be white. They are more likely to be black and less likely to be Hispanic than their immediate counterpart schools. So we get an 85% match rate, which means we have 85% of our students are exactly matched on all of these dimensions. Forget this. What you're looking at now is the results of our 2013 national study. And what I want to draw attention to is that we have all this data from all these states, and because we're wonky, we want more data as opposed to less data. But there's a real question about how much history how many growth periods do you actually include in order to give a fair test? And if you do all 5 growth periods, which is the longest we could get across all 27 states, that's great. It's an extremely stable measure, but it doesn't capture recent experience. And on the other side, in the yellow box, if you just had 1 growth period, you'd get the most recent detail, but you wouldn't know what it was like contextually. So what we did, because we're nerdy, is we did all possible increments, 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. And we chose for the rest of our study to use the one in the middle, the 3 growth periods. And what this suggests is that students do better than their local counterpart in reading and just slightly negative and statistically significant in math. But what I want to draw your attention to is I want you to look at the trend as you get more into more recent time periods. The trend is positive in both reading and math, which suggests that the more recent histories of our charter school performance are more positive across the country than if we used a longer and more stable time period. There's been a lot of conversation this morning about what happens with various student subgroups, and particularly around the achievement gap, so I'm happy to talk to you about this. Across the country, in the charter schools that we studied, we found that white students did not perform as well in charter schools as they would have in their traditional public school settings. This is partly because most white students are engaged in charter schools in suburban and town locations where the performance of the local school is also pretty strong. And so not being better or being slightly worse in growth is countered by the fact that the overall achievement of those schools isn't all that bad. It's not stellar, but it's not bad. When you look at the rest of the student subgroups, the story is different. We find statistically significant advantages for students who are Black, who are living in poverty, when they are English language learners, and a mixed bag for special ed. We found that for Hispanic students, there were no statistically significant differences across the nation. And for Asians, their situation was not advantaged. Again, the location pattern of an Asian enrollment in charter school is not ubiquitous across the country. It's mostly suburban with a little bit of town, very little rural, and some urban. So those results are skewed by the fact that there's a strong achievement base to start from. Okay, what I'm looking at here is we wanted to show what the differences were if you aggregated all the students in a state. And you see 2 separate graphs here. The 0 line is exactly what the virtual students in that state were able to progress in a year. And then the arrows show you whether or not the state-specific results for charter schools were positive or negative. And it's no secret here that there are some states that are doing really well. Rhode Island, Tennessee, DC, New York City, New York State are examples of states where the performance of charter schools on average outstrips their local counterparts. But unfortunately, the story is not always positive. If you look at Oregon and Pennsylvania and, good God, Nevada, the story is exactly opposite. In fairness, since these numbers came out, Nevada has completely overhauled their charter law, and we are in discussion with them to repeat a study now that they've had a couple of years under their belt. Or Ohio, which was nominally negative, has had a serious overhaul of their law in the last 2 years as well. Although I can't, the most recent data out of other researchers isn't particularly favorable. So 2 years later, in 2015, we decided that we would look at urban charter school performance. And this was motivated partly by the idea that someone said here earlier that mission matters, that schools pursue different reasons for being if you're a charter school. And across urban environments, there is a common adherence to a mission of specifically providing higher quality education options to historically underserved kids. And the vast majority of urban charter schools do pursue that as a very specific mission. And so the question then is, if that's their mission, are they in fact able to deliver? And again, if you look at the top line of this chart, this is reading, the charter schools in the 41 urban areas that we were able to study provided a substantial and significant gain each year in reading compared to the local counterpart. And what I've done here is I've broken it out to give you the 41 different regions themselves. And just as we saw state-level variation, we see tremendous variation in the urban areas. When you look at Boston, when you look at New York City, when you look at Los Angeles, when you look at Newark, you're seeing striking advantages in charter school performance compared to the traditional public sector. But on the other hand, you've got West Palm Beach, you've got Fort Worth and Fort Myers, you've got Las Vegas, where despite long histories of working in the charter space, the performance is just not good. And so the question, the operating question here, and these are the results that are very similar in math, the question is what's going on there? And so the next question. We've been looking to try to explain some of this variation. I obviously have shown you overall there's strong performance in urban areas. Where there's really strong human capital opportunity, and you need to define that as lots and lots of colleges and universities that are well regarded, that are highly rated, that are high quality, where you have strong human capital systems, where you've got a pool of folks who are either interested in teaching for a few years. This is not just Teach for America, but many charter schools are able to attract high quality graduates to say, come and teach for 5 years before you go to graduate school or you go on to do whatever you're going to do. That's where we start to see real strong growth. So Newark, Los Angeles, Boston, Washington, D.C., kids want to be there. New Orleans, after Katrina was the place where young people wanted to go to help rebuild the school system. There's some attraction there in Tennessee and Memphis and Nashville, too, that helps to explain some of the results that we see. We do see very high impact with minority and poverty students, and we see that impact doubling when the student comes with multiple challenges. So with poverty and minority status, or poverty and language challenges, or poverty and special ed, the impacts are just dramatic. Why is that? Well, this is where the flexibility that came from this morning's tutorials comes into play. That these are schools that are able to use their resources in a very flexible way. Different models of staffing, different particular curricular focuses, different expectations about how adults and children will interact in a school. So you've heard the expression, no excuses schools. The flip of no excuses is the whatever it takes schools. And there are schools where teachers are on call from 7 a.m. until 10 p.m. every single day. I'm sorry, 6 days a week. They get 1 day off. There are entire cultures in the school devoted to creating a pride of scholarship. They spend a tremendous amount of time rewarding good behavior, being very clear about what the cultural norms of the school are, and being unabashed about enforcing them. There are stories of where that goes to extremes, and we can talk about that in Q&A if you like. But in the mainstream, these are schools that create a culture. Everybody buys into it. The adults know exactly what they're in for. They work hard. They work longer day, longer school year. They create the opportunity for those kids. And what I think about when I see these high-performing charters, and I heard this from somebody else, why are other schools not beating down their door? What is going on that prevents us from disseminating those success stories? Because is it Markham? Mm-hmm. As Mr. Markham said earlier, you already have improvement vehicles, right? So there's got to be a way to think about disseminating some of these great techniques into other ways without necessarily having to form secondary pathways. And even charter to charter, there's not a lot of transfer going on either, which I find curious and annoying. Okay, so now I'm going back to the beginning. The first time we looked at charter schools was in 2009. Nope, I'm not doing that now. I'm doing that later. I'm doing something else here. The question is, do charter schools individually get better over time? And because of all this data, we were able to look at over 900 charter schools on their birthday and then follow them as they grow up. And what we ended up doing was saying, okay, we're going to look at your very first growth period, and we're going to basically create swim lanes or quintiles of performance. You're a first quintile school based on your growth, or you're a fifth quintile school, 5 is high. And then followed them for 5 years. Did they move out of their lane as they grew older? So just everybody take a deep breath, because the next slide is really awful. Okay, but let me walk you through this. So you see across the top, this is the schools divided into the 5 quintiles. This is where they were the first time we could see their performance. And then what happens is we're looking at whether they stayed low in the quintiles 1 and 2, or whether they were actually able to move to 3 to 5 as they grew up. So the second year we could take a look at them, the third year we could take a look at them, the fourth year and the fifth year. And what you're looking at in these colored bars is the probability. This is the percentage of schools, that, let's just look at the first one, were first quintile schools, and in the second year, 66% of them were still in the first and second quintile. And if you continued to follow them, by the 6th year, 80% of them were still in the first and second quintile. Now let's look at the other end. These were 5th quintile schools. You can see that 92% of them stayed in the 3rd to 5th quintiles. And if you go to the 3rd quintile and the 4th quintile, you can see increasing probabilities of staying high. So the lesson of this is low stays low and high stays high. That no matter where charter schools start, they come out of the gates, they're going to hit their level of quality, and they're going to stay there. And so that speaks even more fervently to the idea that authorizing, monitoring, and quality is an essential part of a framework for charter schooling, because 6 years later, 80% of the low-performing schools are still low-performing. 6 years later, those schools are still operating, and they're 80% low-performing. So there's a story there. And the model then is what's happening to the sector. Now I'm going back to the beginning. The first time we looked at charter schools, we only used 16 states. That's how many we had agreements with. And we found that in both reading and math, the results were statistically negatively significant compared to what the students would have gotten in their traditional schools. This is an average. There was lots of variation across the states. But we followed these same 16 states and these same exact schools and found out years later in the 2013 study what happened. So it turns out that 10% of them were closed. 90% of them were still open. We also found that another 20% of charter schools had opened up during that period in those states. So there was possibility that charter school closures and new schools coming online could affect quality. The other alternative explanation is that something could have happened to the traditional public schools. They could have gotten better, or they could have gotten worse, or they could have been the same. So this is all the stuff that we had to take into account. And what you're looking at here in reading, the results are the same for math, is that in the 2009 school study, 16 states, we got negative and significant results. And 4 years later, we had a 0.02, or basically 14 days, 2 weeks of extra learning a year, and positive results. Well, I tell you that 10% of those schools dropped out. So I went back and I recast the 2009 results, taking out those schools. That red line is barely negative. It's like 0.0005. So the improvement in this was done by closing bad schools and by the new schools getting a little better, not a lot better. Interestingly, the new schools come in exactly where the average was the last time. So the new schools have the exact same distribution as the first snapshot we took. So same pattern is going to happen. Some of those are going to get better over time. Some of them are going to get closed. If they don't get closed, the needle doesn't move. Okay, this is the last part before I take your questions. We did a study in 2013 looking just at charter management performance. And again, many people are placing bets on CMOs being a large part of the school improvement formula across the country. And so we wanted to know how that was going to work. What you're seeing here is that In math, CMOs did a little bit better than their traditional public schools, but not positive relative to the traditional public schools. And they did a little bit worse in reading, but in the same ballpark, about a few days of learning additional over the traditional public school. This is all CMOs. This was 165 CMOs across the country. But here's the thing. We wanted to say, well, if these guys are going to be the salvation of education reform, what happens when they replicate? And what you're looking at here is 3 different years of charter management organizations starting new schools. And the idea is, did they come out better than the portfolio? Did they come out about the same as the portfolio? Or did they come out better than the portfolio? And the bad news here is that the orange at the top of every single bar is a really small percentage of CMO replications that are better than the portfolio. So the shorthand on this is what you see is what you get. Charter management organizations replicate the quality that they have. And going back to that growth thing, if they're coming out and they're a 3rd quintile school, that's all you're going to get because that's what they know how to do. If they're a 2nd quintile school, that's all you're going to get because that's all they know how to do. So over time, charter management organizations as a vehicle for improvement needs to be restricted to only those that are really high performing because that's what they'll be able to replicate. So going back to my conclusions, I think it is the case that the sector has improved since 2009, but it's driven primarily by closing underperforming schools, not from large individual school gains over time. We see an advantage for we see a benefit for disadvantaged students. We see the same kind of variation in quality in CMOs as we see in regular mom and pop or independent charter schools. And if there's one thing that we've concluded out of all of this work, it's that state policy and authorizing is the critical linchpin to quality in the charter school movement. Thank you. I'd be happy to answer your questions.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Raymond. I'm sure there is someone on this board that has a question. I'm sure you've sort of perused this board and know that we have questions. Rich.
Let me ask you, we've heard from a number of people that front-end selectivity is critical to long-term success, well, and short-term success as well, because short-term tends to be replicated over the long term. What characteristics of that selection process are the most important?
So I did not come to share with you today, but I will explain to you a little bit of work that we did with NACSA, where we looked at their principles and practices, their guidelines and principles. And you are correct. The 2 places where it really matters is who do you let in the game and what do you do on review at the end of the charter. Those are the 2 critical factors. A lot of the other stuff, nice to have, does not drive quality. So let's look at that authorizing at the first instance. 1, you have to have a school leader who really knows what they're doing. And so visionary, enthusiastic neophytes need not apply. You have to have a very coherent instructional model. We do not hug our kids to higher levels of performance. We actually have to care about curriculum and instruction. 3, there has to be a very clear articulation of what the performance outcomes are that the school will be held to. And some states, it's detailed down to you must have this much increment of progress in a year, and others are that there must be demonstrable progress across your students. But there has to be an articulation that academic progress actually matters and that it's something that you'll be held to. And the last one that I will say, there's not a lot of detailed empirical evidence, but the anecdotal evidence is pretty clear, is that strong independent boards of governors who understand what the role of a board is in setting quality, in setting strategy, in setting performance criteria for the school leader, and holding them to that seems to be also a factor. And I think charter school supporters across the country would acknowledge that this is a place where additional room for improvement exists.
Do you support a formula for closure that is automatic?
I do not.
You do not?
I do not.
Why is that?
those are very blunt instruments, and they're typically written in terms of achievement on standardized tests, which I explained earlier is a very messy measure. Second, I think context matters a lot. I can identify a number of schools where the school itself has been really challenged in its performance, but has taken big steps to try to get better, and those big steps take longer. There was just a Harvard Business Review article about leadership that said the hardest kind of leadership takes the longest to materialize. And so I'm unconvinced that a formulaic trigger on closure is the right answer.
You mentioned achievement versus growth. So are you saying that growth, are you so suggesting rather that growth should be one of the major indicators if there be one?
Yes, let me tell you about the perverse incentives that get set up if you use achievement only. My position is that you should use both, and a lot of other measures too. But if you only use achievement, the incentives are set up so that the school actively filters to get higher achieving students. And whether that's the front door or the back door, I don't know. But the incentives are there, and they also, I think, create a bad environment in which authorizing occurs, because you want charter schools to go into areas where additional choices would be valuable for families. You want them to work hard to create better results for kids. But if you're in a community that is dramatically underachieving and you're using achievement as your measure, you're going to cut down a school that may in fact be moving students forward, but just not yet at a level where they are apparent at a proficiency cut score.
Mary Gwen.
Did you study any other variables that might have impacted performance, like funding, type of funding, or teacher qualifications?
The short answer is no. We have made attempts to get at the philanthropy question. I'm sorry, one of the gentlemen over here was asking about philanthropy and philosophy support. There's wide variation in charter schools in terms of how much philanthropic dollars they can attract. And I will say some of them are machines. They're incredible. And others are not so much. So even relying on public released budget figures doesn't give you the full picture of what might be going on. So I don't look at finances as much as I do opportunities that you're creating for students. And I'm sorry, what was the other one that you asked about?
Teacher staffing qualifications.
So we have only one study in 3 communities about teachers: New Orleans, Memphis, and Nashville. And what we found is that the teachers who are inclined to go to charter schools are motivated primarily by mission. Remember, these are urban schools, primarily by mission. They are not financially savvy to understand what a financial package looks like, so they don't think about the deferred compensation in terms of benefit packages, and so they're willing to take a much lower package. Partly that's naivete. That tends to change when one of 3 things happens. They get married, they have a baby, or they buy a house. And at that point, we see a steep drop-off in willingness to work 1 million hours a week for not very much money. The average length of stay in the charter schools that we've studied is about 7 years. And if you compare that to traditional public school teachers, that's a decent standing. So high talent, low pay, burn hot, burn out.
Yeah. Milton.
Did I hear you say that once you come out of the gate, when you start up, if a school is failing, that school's going to continue to fail? Or is there a gap in there, or did I hear that wrong?
I certainly hope you heard it wrong. I don't think that's what I meant to say. What I was saying is that schools that want to do something different, that want to try a new approach, when they see that their performance is not where they want it to be, it takes time to get those particular new approaches baked into the school again. And what I was suggesting is that if you have a fixed interval for charters, let's just use 5 years as an example, and it's taken them a few years to get enough information to realize they have a problem. They've been diligent about identifying a new plan. The new plan shows promise. It makes sense on paper. They're working with integrity and with urgency to get that new model in place. They may not have enough time at 5 years to demonstrate that that new approach is working. So that's why I was saying a categorical closure requirement wouldn't necessarily be appropriate, because you're not giving schools the realistic timeline to recognize they have a problem, get a plan in place, turn it around, and demonstrate that they've turned it around.
One other question.
Sure.
The state of Kentucky, if for some reason we have the opportunity to try charter schools or to get charter schools, I know what we're talking about here today, but where is the research that we need to find those vendors that are out there that's got those type of records that you want to bring into this state?
That is an excellent question, and it's one that's being replicated in 44 other states and the District of Columbia. This is particularly driven because, in addition to the state education agency located charter school program grants that the U.S. Department of Education gives, they also fund expansion of promising CMOs. So CMOs themselves can get straight out funding for growth and expansion. In addition, the Charter School Growth Fund selects cohorts of promising charter management organizations and encourages them to grow, to replicate and to serve more students. Unfortunately, the total number of CMOs that covers is about 25. And so think about all the states and cities that would like those schools to locate in their area. I can tell you that in Appendix A of the 2013 Charter Management Organization, we rate every single charter management organization that we studied in terms of their performance. I can also tell you that the week that study came out, the top performers were inundated with phone calls. And to my knowledge, only 2 of them have actually taken up the challenge of trying to accelerate their own growth plans because they feel it's a danger to grow too fast. I think it is a much more likely enterprise to attract eager, successful educators in your own state to embrace the idea of using that flexibility to bring new ideas forward. I can see a Kentucky version of Teach for America that comes out of your own education institutions, that Teach for Kentucky could be a whole model where great educate, what? You got that already?
We have a Teach Kentucky, yes.
Okay, great.
There we go.
Right.
Thank you.
I do understand that sometimes it takes longer than 5 years to make that silk purse from that sow's ear. Other questions? Gary, then Sam.
Okay. So on that issue of growth over time, we've talked a bit about how schools do as they get older, as they grow up. I'm really interested in one data dimension of the Credo studies that has to do with how individual students do over time as they persist in charter schools. And for example, I'm looking at a chart that comes from Louisiana data that shows that students by their 4th or 5th year in a charter school are 187 days on average ahead of their demographically similar peers in district schools in reading, 180 days, a full school year ahead in math. Can you talk a little bit more about that dimension and what kind of generalizations can be made about students who enter a charter and persist over time?
Well, sure. This is not a knock on you, Dr. Houchins, but you picked probably the very, very best of the years in charter chart to talk about. That result is not as strong in other parts of the country, and when you average over all these areas, it's not that strong. What I will say is that where charter schools are doing well, the way that they make those numbers is that they have a consistent program over time. They bring that kind of value for academics and value for hard work and the realized progress that hard work produces. They create cultures in their school to make that a year over year. It's not just you did well on this test, good for you. It's that this focus on you're going to college, you know, you're going to go to a select high school. We're building your skills so that you are going to carry right on through. That philosophy shows up in the numbers that you're describing. And the fact is that many of these students are highly mobile. These numbers that we're looking at are only those students who are in fact able to stay in charter schools or the same schools for 4 years. When we look at all students in charter schools in terms of their years of involvement, you don't get quite that strong a result. The first 2 years tend to be smaller growth because these are all students who have been in just 1 year and all students who have been in for 2 years. That's a different measure, and that measure says, yes, there's still a degree of progress over time, but it's not as striking as those students who have been able to retain their enrollment for 4 years.
But do we know that charter schools have a different mobility rate or a retention rate compared to traditional schools?
We don't have that national data. We have that for isolated states. And where we've studied it, Michigan, Louisiana, Tennessee, Texas, Pennsylvania, and New York City, we find that the mobility in elementary and middle schools is comparable or a little bit lower, and the mobility in high schools is much lower.
Okay. So one follow-up question on all that then. If you look at these charts with showing the trajectory of student improvement in a charter school over time, you can almost extrapolate backwards from that. If you assumed that students, because these data points show student progress after their first year in the charter school, after their second year, and so forth. If you draw those numbers backward in a straight line, trying to extrapolate where they started when they entered the charter school. For example, in Louisiana, it's possible that those students were 58 days or 85 days behind in math or in reading when they entered the charter school.
So I think you're confusing nominal level of achievement with measures of progress.
Okay.
Remember that we always match all of our students with their twin on their starting point, regardless of where the starting point is. So I think you're trying to get to an achievement level by looking at the trajectory of growth scores, and I don't think you can do that with our
Just
data.
statistically, you're saying that's not the right way to look at it.
It's a no-no.
Okay, so what do we know then about the performance of students who choose charters relative to the performance of their demographically similar peers who do not enter a charter?
So you're essentially asking if charter schools cream skim. Because if students who go into charter schools are at a higher level of achievement at start than their peers, then that's unfair. If they're at a lower level of achievement than their peers, then they're having a heavier lift. What we found in the studies that we've done on starting achievement is that they are slightly worse on average nationally. Now, there's huge variation in that from slightly worse to slightly better to really worse. So if you look at some of the really most destitute urban areas, the students who are going to those charter schools are academically worse off when they start. But if you look at places that have had a large charter experience for decades now, there's really no difference because charter schooling is essentially embedded in the landscape. And so that's not a factor that people are using to get kids into school.
So is there an extent to which using first-year charter school growth might be having an impact on the overall achievement results of charters if you throw them all in together, positive or negative?
I want to make sure I understand your question. All students, by how many years they've attended it, by their first year, by their second year, by throwing in the first year students, do I get a different result? Is that the question?
No, I'm saying in those charts that we saw that showed overall charter school performance versus overall district school performance, because we are including in that charter school students who are in their first year in the charter school, who in some jurisdictions may be coming in underperforming their demographically similar peers. Does that, to what extent does that factor into the results?
It doesn't.
Okay.
All right, Sam?
Two questions if there's time.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm looking at the conclusion that early signals of quality are consistent predictors of quality over time.
Yes.
And I'm wondering if that, I'm trying to understand why that doesn't help us understand what charter schools should be closed sooner.
So you're looking at experience of hundreds and hundreds of schools. And so we are moving the argument with that on average, schools don't change much. I was opening the possibility in the closure discussion about a mandatory closure provision that there could be schools that don't just hop on their bandwagon of whatever quality they have when they open up, but actually are much more reflective and mindful about their obligation to serve students well. And those are the ones who are not in the 80%, right? The 80% in the first column by the end of the 6th year, 80% of them are still in the first and second quintiles. That means 20% of them have managed to move. And so your mandatory provision would essentially shut down that 20%.
Another question, if I may. You were about to tell us about a Kentucky-based Teach for America. We do have a program called Teach Kentucky, but it's not the Teach for Kentucky model. And I just wonder if there's any more you would share with us about what a locally based Teach for America model would be.
So I'm an empirical person at heart, and you have now asked me to fantasize. Okay, here goes. We heard earlier today that Kentucky, like many other states, has a variety of education challenges. You have some urban communities that continue to struggle academically for their students. You have a problem of urban distribution of high-quality teachers. So I can imagine a program that says, give us 5 years, and we select you out of the local higher education institutions here. We screen you for high quality. We subcontract to some of the alternative education credentialing organizations to bring in high quality instruction and professional development. And we give you 5 years of an opportunity to change the world and change a few lives. And in exchange for that, maybe there's some loan forgiveness, maybe there's some income tax credit, maybe there's a teacher town that you want to build in some of the more rural areas so that a number of young people can live in the same community and start building their lives there. Where that's happened in Arkansas, where they have actually been demonstrative about placing high-quality graduates in those areas, those kids tend to stay. They find a life, and they meet people, and they get involved in church and civic organizations, and 82% of them have stayed. So I think that that's a viable model. Welcome.
Ms. Raymond, does Credo or any organization know of, have any evidence, credible evidence, on the possible detrimental impact of charter schools on the system from which they were carved out of?
We have looked at competitive impacts in one area, and there are other studies that have looked at that in other areas as well. We found that the presence of high-performing charter schools stimulates academic improvement in traditional public schools that are nearby. And the logic there is those used to be my kids, and those kids are doing well now. What's up with that? The financial aspect, if you talk to the district in DC, if you talk to the district in Boston, they admit that they are challenged in the short run to reallocate when their finances at the beginning of a year are impacted by students leaving. But what they will also say, the superintendent in Boston just said this recently, is those kinds of challenges have really made us focus on serving our customers better. And so they've been at work doing really tough choices about how to allocate resources. And so
it's not just a function of taking the lowest performing students out of the TPS and moving them into a charter system then?
No.
Ben?
Based on your observation of Teach for America as part of this and some systems, what is your feeling about what the requirements should be for teacher certification?
So I will state for the record that I am not an expert in teacher quality. I read the literature, and from what I've been able to gather, the things that we know how to measure about teachers don't seem to matter very much. That a good teacher is a blessing, and it's very hard to cook one. So in the same way that charter schools have a term of performance, I think the idea is that people who want to teach ought to be given a chance to teach. I think they need supervision and support in ways that we haven't traditionally provided. And I think there is a real need to rethink what performance means for teachers and what continuing permission to teach looks like. So I think there's room for opportunity there.
All right, we are approaching, I hear I used to, because I grew up on a farm and I worked with an old mule, his name was Blue, and when the dinner bell rang, Blue was taken off to the barn. So we're approaching dinner hour, lunch hour, what are you going to call it? But we do have time for Nuana.
Thank you. We've talked about achievement gap a lot. You have not talked about that. Give us your thoughts on looking at it from achievement gap.
Sure. So I would refer you to each of the studies that I've placed on the record today, because we do in fact talk about achievement gaps and closing the gap. Because our data show that charter schools work best with students of color and students of poverty and students with additional challenges. Those comparisons are against students who look like them, but who are themselves also lagging behind white performance. What's interesting is that the difference in performance for some of these student groups is so dramatic that their growth trajectory puts them on a path to close the gap in ways that certainly not easy, not short run, but those are on a path. And this is a place where Kentucky has really shown tremendous leadership in bringing not only the average for students, but really for students in all groups forward. This would be another tool in your toolkit to think about increasing that.
So we've been at this, you're right, for about 26 years. And your idea that whatever it takes, that's what we'll do. I think that's what Kentucky schools have done for this 26 years. So if we can take all of that knowledge and then add this to our toolbox and figure out where to go from here, it's what is the Kentucky model? What's going to work for our children in our state?
I think that's great. And you have one advantage that none of the other states have, which is that you are on the other side of ESSA now. Mm-hmm. And so you're not going to have to overhaul your law now to be in alignment with the new accountability system. You can use that as your foundation. So good on you for waiting.
Can I just one quick add on to, so the achievement gap in the charter schools were good, but based on something you said earlier too, Am I right in saying that the schools that the kids left also saw a decrease in the achievement gap as well?
No, sir, I didn't say that.
Oh, okay. So was it about the same, or was it?
Depending on which schools we were talking about, some of them didn't help and some of them actually were getting worse.
Okay.
All right, Dr. Raymond, we thank you for this information. We got much deeper into the weeds. I will also say I enjoyed your wit.
You're very kind.
Was refreshing. And come back to Kentucky sometimes.
All you have to do is invite me.
Thank you.
We're going to break now for lunch, and we'll be back at 1. All right. Okay, we're calling. We're calling our session back to order. We want to thank everyone for all that all that's been presented this morning. We are ready now for our next presenter, Dr. Joseph Wethington, Assistant Professor of Educational Policy, Studies, and Evaluation of University of Kentucky. He's going to come and share some additional information with us. Welcome.
Thank you, Chairman Twyman, and thank you to the board, the Education Workforce Development Cabinet, and especially to Dr. Wayne Lewis, who reached out and invited me today. I'm a research methodologist by training who happens to study education policy issues, particularly issues around school choice. A lot of my current work is in Indiana, looking not only at choice across the state in terms of charter schools and their outcomes with regard to student achievement, attendance, suspension outcomes, but also to the statewide school voucher program that was passed there within the last 5 years. And I want to take some time to speak to you today about the broader research findings within the charter school literature, kind of framed within that research methodology perspective. So we're going to get a little in the weeds of stats today. I promise it won't be too harmful, but now that you've had lunch, it'll be a great time to take a little bit of a nap. So Kentucky's really uniquely positioned to take on this task of deciding whether or not to implement a charter school policy, passing legislation authorizing charter schools. And they're uniquely positioned because there is a growing body of rigorous empirical evidence on the effectiveness of charter schools. I really think Kentucky has the opportunity to learn from both the successes and failures within other states, and that informed, evidence-based decision-making should be central and crucial to the process as far as any legislation that's passed or position that the board takes. I want to recognize, though, that Kentucky has a strong tradition of public schooling. And so as I present the evidence today, I want us always to keep in mind the evidence through the lens of the impacts on public schools and their students as well. I don't believe that choice operates purely through these market-type mechanisms, but rather we should be considering and focusing on how any policies that are passed to enable parents to choose schools for their children, how that can help spur improvements across all sectors. Without a doubt, the charter school debate is passionate from supporters and detractors alike. I've kind of got the two sides of the board here of the common phrases or refrains you hear for those individuals who are all in the bag for charter schools and those individuals who don't want them showing up at their front door. And these are truly passionate responses and things that we should care about, but they're perhaps not evidence-based perspectives. And I think we need to move our conversation and questions to what does the objective research say about charter school effects on student outcomes, and how can that research inform sound policy? So when we're talking about or thinking about implementing large-scale programs and policies, we have to make that movement beyond beliefs, ideals, dispositions, anecdotes, or just simple correlation or association that we might see out of some of the more descriptive work or less rigorous perspectives. Anybody can use findings from research to support their argument, whether they're for a certain policy, against a certain policy. But when it comes to the actual decision-making, I think it's important to view evidence with an open but critical lens. And it's been wonderful to hear all of the thoughtful discussion that's already taken place today. I'm going to talk about the charter school research in terms of its validity, both in the internal strength of its validity, as well as the external strength of the design of various studies. And we want to start to ask questions about what works, under what conditions and context are schools effective or ineffective, how and why. And we have to start by recognizing that not every study that comes through the door meets important thresholds of methodological rigor. Each study should not receive, therefore, kind of equal weight in an evidence-based discussion. We've got to critically take a look at which studies sort of match up to a sufficient level of internal and external strength. And this has really been an issue throughout educational research, particularly looking at the impacts of interventions policies over time, where we try to look at empirical evidence and draw causal inferences about the effects of various interventions, programs, or policies. And I'm defining a causal effect here as the effect of a treatment on some outcome whereby the only systematic reason that we've observed that effect is due to the treatment itself, due to the intervention itself. And it's really difficult, particularly in the history of educational policy research, to assess causal effects on educational programs or policies, either due to how the program was implemented or as a result of underlying selection bias and being unable to really compare treatment and comparison groups in an accurate manner. So when I take a look at examining the findings of empirical studies, I always consider the validity of results. I start with the internal validity. How valid are the estimates of the programs or the policies' effects that are in question? And then I turn to the external validity. How can we generalize these results? To what populations, to what types of schools, etc.? And what we oftentimes find in research is that there's this trade-off between internal and external validity. My disposition is to place a premium on the internal validity. We want to get the estimates of programs correct. We want to truly understand what the effects of programs are, and then within that, recognize the limitations that exist within any kind of generalization that we want to make from those programs. I just want to unpack that idea of internal validity a little bit more with regard to this concept of selection bias. When we look at the internal validity of results from research studies, we want to determine, can we make a causal conclusion about the true impact of some intervention X on outcome Y, or are the results biased in some way? Can we rule out all other possible alternatives to explain this effect? And if a policy or program is not designed or implemented in a way such that we can examine that variation that exists between treatment and control groups, the results of that study may suffer from selection bias, whereby there are outset differences between the treatment and control groups prior to any intervention being put into place. In other words, other factors explain any observed outcome rather than the treatment itself. We've got to be wary that researchers can't just control away for a multitude of factors and a fancy statistical model that are responsible for all starting gate differences or dimensions between groups and just blatantly assume causal effects. So social science researchers attempt to mitigate this issue in a number of ways. And this really plays a role as we take a look at in a scan of the broader research that's been done on charter schools, particularly over the last decade. Now, unquestionably, the best design for ensuring internally valid results of a study is a randomized control trial or a natural experiment, where individuals are assigned to a treatment or a control at the start of the study. So the only differences between the groups are that assignment to treatment or control. Now, we know that not all programs or policies are implemented within a randomized control trial type framework. The next best approach that we can use is turn to quasi-experimental methods, or a collection of empirical techniques that helps us to estimate causal impacts. Researchers choose from a methodological bucket of approaches to help mitigate that selection bias. So what I'm going to talk about with charter school studies today is focus on those studies that have used a natural experiment to replicate a randomized control trial and what the research says or what the findings are for those studies. And then I'm also going to talk about the quasi-experimental type studies as well. We shouldn't just take at face value any sort of observational studies, whether descriptive in nature, just running some form of a statistical model or regression analysis and treat those results at face value. So I'm going to take into account in the discussion today only those studies that sort of meet these first two criteria, either a natural experiment or those that use quasi-experimental methods. So there is a growing body of really rigorous research on the causal effects of charter schools, and this gives researchers, policymakers, decision makers the ability to assess effects in studies where that rigor has been satisfied. Now, we have to understand that that cuts both ways. Just because a study is internally strong, we have to understand what makes it strong as well as the limitations of that study to help inform policy. And after taking a look at that research, one of the conclusions that I always come back to, in particular with charter schools, and really school choice more broadly, is that charter schools aren't some panacea for solving issues with educational achievement or attainment gaps. There's no one-size-fits-all charter school model that is going to solve problems in every context. There's a substantial amount of heterogeneity in the impacts of charter schools on student outcomes. Context really matters. So we want to be careful to assess the research critically without drawing any sort of broad brush conclusions about all charter schools do this, all charter schools do that. There is a substantial amount of differences within the charter sector itself. So I'm going to start by discussing a group of studies that are based on these lotteries for admission in charter schools. This has been brought up early in our discussion today that when a charter school is oversubscribed, and that is the number of applicants to the charter school exceeds the open seats, schools are required to hold an admissions lottery. So everybody that is interested in attending the school, a lottery is held to assign and determine randomly which students are given admission to the school. So that lottery acts as a natural experiment, very much like a randomized control trial, whereby we can then directly compare those individuals who have won the lottery to assess the impacts of winning the charter school lottery versus those students who have lost the lottery. Now, we refer to that as an intent to treat estimate. And at the outset of taking a look at the winners and the losers of an admissions lottery, those that win and those that lose should only be different on any number of characteristics: prior achievement, demographic background, academic background, in terms of winning or losing the lottery. There shouldn't be any substantial differences between those groups. Now, the results I'm going to report here today take a little bit of an added step on that, and I'm going to report on the treatment on the treated estimates, which are the effects of actual charter school attendance on student outcomes. So the lottery sort of serves as a proxy for charter school attendance. Not every single student that wins the lottery ends up attending the charter school. Not every student that loses the lottery doesn't end up in a charter school somewhere down the road. Usually, lottery winners attend a charter school, lottery losers attend a traditional public school. So that lottery is used as what we call an instrument to predict charter school attendance. So what are these sort of natural experiments, these very similar designs to a randomized control trial, suggest? Well, I focus on 8 different peer-reviewed lottery-based charter school studies. Most of them report middle school student achievement outcomes. There's a couple now that have focused on educational attainment later on. The first is a series of studies, and I've got all the references to this at the end. I've just put the numbers of the studies in parentheses, that finds in Boston and Massachusetts substantial impacts on student achievement. Between a 0.13 and 0.2 standard deviation annual gain in English language arts, and between a 0.32 and 0.36 standard deviation annual gain in mathematics. Now, these impacts are concentrated in these urban, no excuses type schools. KIPP is an example of one of these types of schools. When looking at Massachusetts more broadly, those schools that are non-urban, the researchers have found annual losses ranging from 0.12 to 0.14 standard deviations per year. Now, they tease out sort of the heterogeneity in these impacts, sort of which students the impacts are strongest for. And the researchers find that they're strongest for Black or African American students, English language learners, special education students, and those who are the lowest achievers upon entering a charter school. And I think that's an important contextual note to take into account, is that many of these students who are winning an admissions lottery and entering into charter schools in this context of Boston and Massachusetts are low achieving to begin with and then experience these substantial gains. For example, the average student in their English language arts and mathematics scores is around minus 0.4, minus 0.5 standard deviations upon entering. You accumulate these impacts over time. They're an average achieving student in English language arts after about 2.5 years on average, and in mathematics after about 1.5 years. So these are substantial gains as a result of these schools in Boston and more broadly in Massachusetts. As far as high school or attainment outcomes, researchers have found increases in the likelihood of sitting for AP exams, attending a 4-year college instead of a 2-year college, and an increase in SAT scores. They did not, however, find any difference in terms of high school graduation rates. There's been a series of studies that have also used lotteries and taken place in Harlem, New York City more broadly. In terms of ELA, there are some findings citywide that there's null impacts in ELA. We can't distinguish them from 0 to a 0.2 standard deviation annual gain in ELA, and anywhere from a 0.12 to 0.2 standard deviation annual gain in math. Now, 2 of these studies were focused on a specific school called the Promise Academy, a charter middle school within what's called the Harlem Children's Zone. And I believe a piece of this evidence was also entered into the board's agenda, as well as one of the Boston studies as well, where you can see these lottery-based research studies and certainly read about in more detail. One important thing to note about the Harlem Children's Zone and specifically the Promise Academy is there's a host of social supports for families in addition to the schooling in these areas. The impacts citywide and particularly within the Promise Academy were strongest for Black or African American students, and researchers, as they looked at longer-term outcomes, found increases in achievement and on-time graduation or college enrollment. They created these indices to take a look at.
Could I just get a clarification?
Yeah, sure.
Quickly? Host of social supports only for families in the charter schools or for across the board?
No, across the board within the Harlem Children's Zone. So there's preschooling activities, there are supports for mothers, et cetera. So these are broader social supports for families living within this area of Harlem that coincide with individuals who attend the Promise Academy as well. Promise Academy is just a charter school within that zone. Now, there has been a study conducted nationwide that was published last year. Researchers at Mathematica Policy Research have been working on this for several years that only used admission lotteries nationwide. I believe it was a total of 34 different schools across the country to take a look at impacts. They found null gains in both ELA and math, but they did find positive results for low SES in urban charter schools in math, Meanwhile, they found losses for white students, higher achieving students, and non-urban schools in both subjects. So these are studies that are conducted using an admissions lottery to determine enrollment. Now, as we assess those internal impacts, we can put a lot of stock in the work because of the internally valid research design of the enrollment lotteries. So these do provide some strong evidence for potential scale-up or new policy design. We have very localized impacts, but we still do need, even in these schools that were examined with these high achievement outcomes, additional context of what really makes these schools work. Now, these lottery-based studies, where they leave a little bit to be desired is in terms of their generalizability. We have to recognize that all the findings are limited to just those oversubscribed schools that had a lottery in the first place. Parents within areas have knowledge of schools that are doing well, so oversubscribed schools tend to be those schools that are higher performing in general. But I do think it's important to note that while it may be indeed more motivated parents, students, families that are applying to these admissions lotteries in the first place, we still have that natural experiment of the lottery. So those who win the lottery, those that lose the lottery, have that same starting gate motivation. So that shouldn't be driving any impacts here. So the winners and losers of the lottery should be the same. We also have to recognize that these positive effects are limited to urban areas and certain types of charter schools, these sort of high leverage, no excuses type charter schools. When the researchers sort of zoom out in that nationwide study, we don't find the same impacts in sort of non-urban areas. So we have to be careful with the generalizability. Yes, we see strong impacts, but for certain groups of students and within certain areas.
Can I just clarify your selection bias discussion there? Are you saying that these studies only study families that apply for the lottery and then compare those who didn't get it and those who did?
That's correct, yes. So it is so the individuals that go into the sample are all those individuals who apply for the lottery, and then the comparison is being made between those who win the lottery versus those that lose the lottery.
Mm-hmm. So that may not be a diverse group themselves, but you're only comparing the same group.
Correct.
Your assumption is they're going to be fairly demographically equal. What about sample size? Was there a significant difference in sample size between lottery winners and losers?
It depends on the context. In some cases, say for example, you have 100 slots in a school, you'll run into some instances where there was 140 applicants. So you have 100 on the winning side, 40 on the losing side. In other cases, it'll be skewed more towards the comparison side of things. So it all depends on the context and sort of overall demand going into the lottery. But in terms of comparing either the demographic or starting academic differences between students, those balance out between the two groups. Now, moving on from lottery-based studies, we can focus on quasi-experimental research studies. And there's two methods that are commonly used to take a look at charter school effects using these quasi-experimental type approaches. One approach is what's called a student fixed effects approach with longitudinal data. So comparing students switching from traditional public to charter schools. So basically each student acts as their own control and experiment. We compare how a student was doing when they were in a public school versus how they perform once they are enrolled in a charter school. So it's a within student comparison of charter versus public achievement outcomes. Now, when we scan across the fixed effects literature, we find mixed findings, some positive results, some negative. Most end up being null of the charter school effects on student achievement outcomes. Now, some of these studies, and there was conversation about this earlier when Dr. Raymond was up here, about this first-year achievement loss upon entering a charter school. All of these studies have to test for any pre-existing trends that might exist and influence whether or not a student ends up switching, and to adjust for any of those impacts. So in addition to that, because students are switching schools, there's usually a control in these models for mobility itself, to separate out the impact of changing schools versus the charter school impact. Sometimes there is, across a few studies, this first-year achievement loss upon entering a charter school. It could be a disruption from a change in environment. And these studies took place in schools across several different contexts, cities, and statewide.
Quick question for
Yes.
you. So within student comparison, what were they comparing before and after? In other words, were they using their performance level on state tests? What was their criteria or their metric there?
So these are all achievement gains as well. So for example, if I was a student that was moving from a public to a charter school, I would, the comparison would be my 4th to 5th grade gain while I was in a public school, and then my 5th to 6th grade gain while I was in a charter school, comparing those two face to face. So a lot of the internal student components are the same. As I mentioned, there could be trends in either direction before the shift, but these studies, as far as I'm aware of, take into account those aspects and have to conduct a robustness test for that.
So they did look at they controlled for the vertical alignment of those assessments. Is that right?
Yeah,
Okay.
So some assessments are certainly vertically aligned. Everything is converted back down to standard deviation units within each grade. So it's always being compared to peers within the same grade within the same year. So those testing differences across years are accounted for as well.
Okay.
The other approach that tends to be used is some form of a matching approach, where students are matched between charter and traditional public schools based on demographic and academic background characteristics, either through a method called propensity score matching or the virtual control records, as Dr. Raymond explained, Credo does with their work earlier. So we have a comparison of similar charter and public school students in terms of their outcomes. I'm not going to spend further time going over the Credo studies. That's already been discussed today. But as far as the other findings on educational attainment or longer-term outcomes, researchers that have used these matching approaches have found a higher likelihood of high school graduation, college attendance, college persistence, and earnings. They looked across multiple states, and one study focused on CMOs only, where they did not find any achievement differences, but did find some of these attainment differences over time as well. So this work does have reasonably strong internal validity. The results are consistent within each study and robust to a number of alternative statistical specifications. So we can trust the results of these. But they do offer more in terms of generalizability. The findings are across a broader scope of charter schools. But in saying that, we have to keep in mind that these are average effects across all charter schools that are captured in the study. There's still considerable heterogeneity when capturing more of the charter sector. Some schools are performing really well, some charter schools are performing poorly, and it's important to have that additional context of what types of schools are performing well or poorly. As bears out over time, particularly with some more recent work, we see somewhat similar findings in terms of the types of schools where student outcomes are positive as we do in the lottery-based studies. There's one other study I want to talk about, and that's a meta-analysis conducted by two researchers at the University of California, San Diego. What they did is they combined together the results into a meta-analysis across 52 studies that either used lotteries or rigorous quasi-experimental approaches, and found overall null impacts on ELA achievement, a slight gain in math. That's across all grade levels, elementary, middle, and high school. There were larger positive impacts in math in middle school, which is where we see, or the grade span where most of these studies are conducted. The subgroups of students with larger than average gains, low SES students, special education students, Black or African American students, urban charter schools, and in particular KIPP schools. They did a sensitivity analysis with the KIPP schools included and excluded. There are subgroups of students with smaller than average gains or losses, white students, Latino students, students attending non-urban charter schools. Now, something that we haven't discussed too much with regard to the evidence is virtual charter schools. We talked about this a little bit earlier today, and that virtual charter schools are online or hybrid charter schools operated by for-profit organizations. There's been one quasi-experimental study on student outcomes to date. Dr. Raymond and her crew at Credo found substantial annual losses in ELA and mathematics. These are nationwide, robust findings to a number of alternative specifications, including that switching fixed effects type mechanism. Virtual schools aren't capped by enrollment, so we can't use lotteries to assess their impacts. We have to turn to one of these quasi-experimental designs. I'm currently engaged in some work looking at virtual charter schools in Indiana, and I respect my data sharing agreement too much to spoil those results, but I will say we should be cautious in thinking about virtual charter schools. So some policy considerations. Decisions should be evidence-based. Kentucky's got this unique positioning to learn from rigorous research prior to implementing or choosing not to implement charter school policy. I wonder how decision makers will use evidence and really understand and assess the strengths and limitations of various different methodological approaches as far as what they can say about the results, who they can be generalized to. There seems to be a growing consensus about very localized charter school impacts, positive outcomes for urban charter schools operated by not-for-profit organizations, not across all CMOs. There's a considerable amount of heterogeneity, but KIPP schools tend to show consistent, strong impacts that serve underrepresented populations of low-achieving students. Null or negative student outcomes for non-urban charter schools, primarily serving white students, so that continues to be a question, particularly in the context here in Kentucky, with so many rural schools, so much of the state being rural. How might charter schools fit into that framework? We continue to need more information on non-cognitive and attainment outcomes. This can't all be about achievement outcomes. Those are data that tend to be readily available. However, I would say we consider proceeding with caution on virtual charter schools. There's only one study, but it has found substantial losses. It's got some great internal validity features to it, so the results are trustworthy. And I would say in general, cautious with for-profit educational management organizations. To my knowledge, there's no rigorous research to date on the impacts of schools managed by EMOs. In conclusion, I would say that broadly, policies don't tend to be widely accepted when just targeted to specific populations. This is a policy for Kentucky. So where charter schools are unproven, we may consider a slow scale-up. Researchers need to understand more about the conditions under which certain charter schools are or are not effective. To date, we've kind of been in that horse race mentality. Which schools are doing better relative to public schools? We're starting to push the research in the direction where we're uncovering more of those conditions. We may consider some states as models with strong oversight for a cautious approach. For example, Massachusetts, when they chose to expand their cap on charters in 2011, they only expanded it to allow proven providers. And conversely speaking with Massachusetts, as some of you may know, they recently had a ballot measure to further expand the cap of charter schools in those urban areas where those localized positive treatment effects were found, and it failed by a considerable margin. State of Washington is a newer state where there's some legislative limbo. Little's known about the impacts, but they've been very cautious as far as their approach to implementing a charter school policy. Thank you, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you. All right. Does anyone have a question for Dr. Withing?
Start with just the study piece. When we talk about lottery, there's lottery and then there's lottery. So a lot of lotteries happen after a population that's already got access. It's for the extra seats, like, so if it's a conversion school, everybody was there, and then the extra seats go to lottery, or there might be sibling or something. I mean, were there controls for that?
Yeah, in all the lottery studies, there's adjustments. For example, with a sibling, usually if one sibling gets in, then the other sibling is given automatic admission. So there's numerous controls with the lottery design itself to ensure that it's capturing that random variation between treatment winners and losers.
And, you know, as we know in Jefferson County, choice, where choice is already available, a lot of families don't, I mean, the most distressed families are often not partaking in the choice option. So is there some look at demographics of this lottery group? Are they actually reaching some of those families, or, you know, what kind of knowledge is there of the
Yeah, so these schools that are a part of the lottery studies, with the exception of the kind of more nationwide scan, which includes a combination of suburban and urban schools, but where these urban impacts are localized is it goes back to this sort of mission-driven approach to charters. They will choose to open and locate in areas that they believe there is the most need. As we know, parents make decisions about schooling for a host of reasons, but an important consideration, particularly for urban, low socioeconomic status families, is distance. So a school that's opening nearby, a charter school opening nearby, sort of enables access to a different schooling option for those families.
Gary?
Joe, without violating your data sharing agreement with Indiana, what can you tell us about what's happening in Indiana in their charter sector and the things that appear to be getting results versus elements of their law that aren't working as well?
Sure. One of the unique components of Indiana's law that's been discussed earlier is the mayoral control. So what you've had happen within Indianapolis itself is there's been a stemming of a collaboration between both the public school district there and some charters in terms of the public school district starting innovation schools, reaching out to charters for collaboration. They've approached it in a very localized, smart manner. So what I hypothesize is occurring in a situation like Indianapolis is there's sort of a sea change amongst all schools sort of getting on board in terms of serving students well. As we look more broadly across the state, what I will certainly say about virtual charter schools in particular is by and large enrolling rural students. Almost 85% of the students in virtual charter schools in Indiana are white students and tend to be from rural areas, and we see considerable heterogeneity within the virtual sector and then between virtual charter schools, your CMOs, your EMOs, and your independent charter schools as well. There's a lot of heterogeneity in the impacts, and those impacts vary over time as well.
Any other question from anyone?
I have a question.
Alicia?
Okay. When we discuss the benefit of charters for students in poverty, does the data focus on specific demographics within the students of poverty, or is it for all students in poverty? And then, in addition to that, depending upon the answer, you know, everything that we've been seeing today that charters, the data is not supporting in rural areas. And so I know a lot of our rural areas in Kentucky have high poverty rates. So I'm just curious about the data, what it's telling us.
Sure. So let me make sure I'm answering your first question correctly before I move on to the rural component. The measure of poverty that's traditionally used is free or reduced price lunch. It's the one that's most available, but we know that's an imperfect measure. We know it's an imperfect measure of actual poverty status. And then as far as the comparisons are concerned, I actually turn you back a little bit to the Credo work, and where Dr. Raymond expressed sort of there's a positive impact for racial or ethnic minorities, positive impact for low socioeconomic status students, and then sort of a doubling of that impact for individuals who are racial or ethnic minorities who are living in poverty. I think it's somewhat unknown what the impacts would be for more rural students in poverty. There's an issue of economies of scale with regard to opening a charter school in a rural county that we've kind of been discussing here today. And there's not much in the way of research to support any distinct findings for that subgroup of students.
Okay, thank you.
Luana?
In Indiana, do the charter schools take the same state achievement tests? And How are those students doing in charter schools there? How are they rated, and what are they?
Sure. So there.
They compare.
Yeah. In terms of the achievement levels, it's kind of mixed across the board as far as, charter schools aren't necessarily above or below traditional public schools. Context matters as well. Certainly, in all of the work that I do, we primarily look at this growth measure from year to year versus actual achievement levels. We believe that more appropriately captures what the charter school is contributing to students' education versus whatnot. But in terms of achievement levels and achievement growth, I mean, you could create, they'd be in all quadrants as far as high achievement, high growth, low achievement, low growth. Yeah. There's strong charter schools, weaker charter schools.
All right, any other questions? Okay, Alicia.
Sure, I have one more. This one's kind of a little off the wall here, but in all the discussion, it seems like we're talking about the general, typical, elementary, middle, and high school. And of course, there's tremendous focus on career and technical education. Are there any charter schools that are that teach career and technical education as a part of their charter school?
I can't speak on behalf of the career or technical education. I know that some are more thematic. We find that career and technical schools more often operate under a traditional magnet type program than they do under charters, but there are charters that can have that as of their focus. It's not an area that I've studied extensively.
I would say arguably I lead. Academy in Kentucky is one.
Bill?
Rich.
Considering our priority here to close this achievement gap or make progress in closing the achievement gap between minority and white students and those in poverty, are charter schools a good idea?
Certain types of charter schools are a good idea. And I think that's where, rather than advocating for a specific type of charter school or giving you a model of a charter school, I say that's where we turn back to the research evidence. We have some very strong localized findings that seem more apt to think about bringing to scale or bringing to Kentucky even than perhaps others. So it's to pay attention to that heterogeneity. I'm not going to advocate for a certain type of school or the other, but that we focus on what the research evidence does say about some of these strong urban schools.
Mm-hmm. There are some models out there you think we should consider if that's our objective.
Yes.
Dr. Raymond sort of indicated that one of the key factors in having strong charter schools was the issuance of the charter, how that was structured, and having the ability to close a school that was not performing. Does your research tend to support those findings?
I think collectively research supports findings that charter schools who are underperforming need to be held accountable. What those accountability measures are, that's to be defined by the state. In terms of the achievement side of things, I believe growth is an important measure. I believe there should be a combination of achievement levels and growth, but other factors in terms of attendance, suspensions, holding schools accountable for not pushing out the lowest performing students or students with special needs, students with behavioral issues. So that can all be part and parcel of the accountability and oversight of the charter schools. But I believe that in the instances where there's stronger oversight for charter schools through the policies, that's where charter schools have tended to perform better.
Mary Gwen.
One of the things we haven't really heard a lot about is, but everybody says it's part of what chartering is to provide more flexibility and from rules and regulations. Do the studies look at which rules and regulations those are, what matters most, and are they connected to performance and underperformance?
Yeah, so some studies have started to unpack that giant black box of what it is that makes charter schools different, and in particular, what makes certain types of charter schools successful. Length of the school year and length of school day, and it's not so much about just having more time, but what's done in that time as well. There tends to be strong data-driven perspectives, strong behavioral policies in the schools as well. It's kind of an emerging version of the research that unpacks what the mechanisms are at play leading to certain outcomes.
So emerging only, not definitive.
Yeah, not definitive in the sense that there's a wealth of literature that says here's how you design a high-performing charter school. There's lots of suggestions and indications, and we see some models that perform better than others, but the box hasn't been completely unpacked.
All right, Gary.
Anything in the research about whether certain types of authorizers get better results than others?
That's an area of the literature that I have to admit I'm not as familiar with, so.
All right, thank you, Dr. Wedd. Okay, thank you, Dr. Weddington. I thought someone else had a question. I appreciate your approach, and what we asked for was data. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'd like to inform the board on the website and on your laptops you have additional information in section B. That there's additional info that you can access if you haven't already about charter school information. We don't have a speaker for those, but we just wanted you to know that that is available and it is there. And I'm sure that if we want more information, that our commissioner would find it. So that's a segue into your own.
All right. Well, very good. This is the time we're going to have discussion with the board. We have an hour and 7 minutes by the way I'm looking at the clock. I say that partly because I have a meeting at 3:30 that with a gentleman who would not appreciate it if I were late. So I will need to skedaddle. We want to just have a conversation that starts leading us toward giving the department guidance / direction as we come back to you in December with the legislative agenda. So I thought maybe the way to get this started, and this is, probably should have warned you about this ahead of time, so I'm going to say it, then I'll talk a few minutes, let y'all think a minute. But I thought maybe a good way to start the conversation is if we went around and everybody said, at most 2 things you learned today, and 1 or 2 things you want more information about that we can help collect. And if I could ask Mary Ann and Leslie to kind of keep notes of the things that we want to find more about, but kind of get that out on the table, and then we'll just kind of open it up and start having conversations about which ways we want to think about going forward. So we could either start with Grayson or Sam, because that would be easiest to keep up with with the order. So do y'all want to do odds and evens or rock, paper, scissors, or who goes first? Or
I'll let Sam go.
Experience.
Well, I guess I was struck by the difficulty in moving the needle in light of the small returns of a positive nature when the entire spectrum of performance of charters was measured. But I will note it was positive. And I would like to see more analysis of a selected slice of charter schools. Because if I understood the analysis, it was just all charter schools. And I wonder if we don't have the ability, I think Kip was mentioned by name once or twice, if we don't have the ability to focus on some of the charter experiments that have been generally accepted to be successful, and see what we can learn from them, because we have no desire to find out what that 16% of schools that got closed was doing. But I do think if we focus instead on the top 16%, we might get some insights that we couldn't get out of the data today.
Good. Yes, one of the things as we look at this gap, and it seems like no one was able to address the gap, that's what I wanted to hear. I wanted to hear, with charter schools, would we close the gap, and that's one of the things that I wanted to hear, and I think we had some discussion about it, but no one would, step up and say this will do that, or because I'm concerned about the gaps, and I'm hearing from every direction that in our inner cities where our children are failing, and that's, the gap is getting larger, and so that's where I am. I'm willing to step out there and say that I want to see or hear somebody say that we're able to do this with certain things, and I don't think I quite heard that today, and even looking at the schools and talking about the schools and the Pritchett report and the different organizations that were here today, I think it's more information out there, and I just, when I look at our inner cities, and I look at our metropolitan areas, and children of colors and minorities are lagging behind. And even when I look at the reports, even the children that are in some of these same schools, and even some of your better schools, there's still a gap. And those are my concerns.
I think the gap question might be an attempt to seek the right answer to the wrong question. It seems to me that that the gap is more of an early childhood education question than it is a charter school question. It's really hard to overcome the gap when kids walk into kindergarten, and if you can eliminate it, I think there will be no gap to continue. But it's kind of the elephant in the room, because it would be immensely expensive to provide universal early childhood, but I really personally don't believe you'll ever solve it until you do that. I was interested in the fact that everybody seemed to report that there were no positive results for white kids out of urban areas, and we never did discuss why that was, but that would be interesting to know why that was. And it's also interesting to me that when you talk about CMOs, and that there are good ones, but it might be interesting to look at whether you get better results with sort of like a restaurant where the owner's in the store. If you start a charter school with the right local people, whether you get a better charter school than if you bring in somebody who's been successful nationwide.
So I've read a bit of this literature already, and I'm not entirely surprised to hear the information that we've gotten today, that overall, when you throw all charter schools together, you don't get a lot of results that you can distinguish from all traditional schools. That doesn't surprise me if you consider that we've got 6,000 different charter schools educating almost 3 million students. You're bound to have a lot of variation in that group. If you took a similar size of traditional public schools, you're also going to find you've got some really high achievers, you got some really low achievers, and you've got a whole bunch of schools in the middle. What was encouraging to me, though, was the affirmation that the students that we are especially concerned about right now with our achievement gap, our students of poverty, our students of color, our students with disabilities, these are the students who tend to benefit the most in a charter school environment. And I think the preponderance of the data suggests that those students are the greatest winners from a well-crafted charter school policy. I guess part of my question going forward is trying to understand better exactly what that well-crafted charter school policy looks like. And I know that there are various rankings of state charter laws. Different organizations rank them slightly differently with different criteria. So knowing what the criteria are makes a big difference. But I think it'd definitely be worth looking at. For example, I believe Indiana's charter law is high on all of the ratings. Knowing more about the specifics of the Indiana law so that we can learn from what they do well and avoid any of the things that they're doing that don't appear to be getting the kinds of results that we want.
I was very interested in the discussion of authorizers and realizing how important authorizers are in setting up charter schools that could make or will make, I believe, or break whatever we do. And I thought they did a good job of explaining that. It was, again, obvious that as in public schools, there are good schools, there are schools that need a lot of improvement, and there's the middle of the ground school. So we're pretty much on a level playing field when we look at that. In terms of what I would like to know more about, funding, I think, is a major issue. We didn't hear much about funding today. We got some information, but how exactly are we going to impact our schools if charters are implemented? And then we have to look at poverty. We are 47th in poverty for our children. You know, we've been at this for almost 30 years, as I said earlier. We have some of the best educators of Kentuckians that we could ever hope to have. We know our students. The reason we know our achievement gap is because we keep such excellent data in our schools. And we have those teachers and those principals who are working on this every day. We have collaboration among our schools as well. So let's think about a Kentucky model. I loved her statement that we came into this late, so let's learn from everyone. Let's learn from each other too. This is our chance to do something that's the Kentucky way. We did that 30 years ago, and we came from the bottom to the middle. Let's do that again and go from the middle to the top. Let's don't look at trying to copy somebody else. Let's do it the Kentucky way. Let's figure out a model that works for Kentucky. So what are some of the aspects of that? And funding is so important. Curriculum is so important. Those leaders, and we have a lot of them already. Let's take advantage of this.
Well, there's a great business and organizational culture book out. Many of you may have read it. It's by a fellow named Jim Collins. It's called From Good to Great. And it was an interesting research study because they started with success. They gathered empirical data on companies that were enormously successful compared to their peers. And then they set out to identify the salient characteristics of these companies that made them different. And they came up with a whole list of characteristics which have been modeled throughout the business structure in this country and others. I think we have an opportunity to do that here. We've been told time and time again that in certain cases, charter schools seem to work, but only for those people that seem to need it the most. And that is people in high minority and poverty areas in urban settings. So maybe there's something out there we can learn from. And I think we have an opportunity here to do that. Dr. Raymond had a very interesting comment right at the end of her presentation when she was asked specifically, is there a detrimental effect on the rest of the public school system if you carve out charter schools from the system? And although we didn't ask her if there's a positive impact, she volunteered that there was, almost in every case, that charter schools tend to make the rest of the system better. And I was really surprised to hear that. But she said that's important. That's supported empirically by data. So I think we have something we can look at here. If we can find those that are successful, look for a way to bring the best practices to work here for the benefit of the kids that we rely on, and hopefully this issue of poverty we keep talking about will decline as educational quality increases. I think we have an opportunity here to emulate success.
I learned a tremendous amount today. I'll just echo what's been stated, and I have to sort of go to Ben's issue of early childhood. I mean, you know, and I think some of the data even indicated that, you know, if you start way back here and you know, it's tough to catch up, and I don't think it's the reason we have our gap is not all our school's fault. You know, it's us, it's our children, it's every citizen in Kentucky. It's our fault. But just what I'd like to know more about is as we try to craft a policy, since we are a policy-making body, we are a constitutional policy-making body, I would like to know more about, are there policies, are there governing structures out there that use gradual release as a authorizing governing process, gradual release.
Could you explain what you mean by that?
Well, let's just say that the state board is the authorizing body. We are the authorizing body, so the Department of Education, if an entity comes to us and wants to create a charter or start a charter school, then the department keeps very close tabs on it for that first year. It's almost like a big brother. And if they're successful, if they're following their charter, then the second year we back off a little bit. Mm-hmm. Maybe it's just through the way up or basically through reports. And then the third year, we just do the average annual assessment. You know, are they meeting their goals and living up to their charter? And that's called gradual release. It takes 3 years for them to actually get and fully operate their own charter. And that sort of goes into the impact of local people sort of creating their own machine, so to speak.
Like Gary, I've looked at some of this research and studied some of this before, but I think the consistency of there being differences between urban and rural, so I'd like to know specifically on that, whether some legislation, some states have addressed that difference and what kind of ways they've handled different contexts for how you would approve charters. And also the consistency that some students, those we most want to help, get helped. I think, though, the other thing that was really, I learned today is that this issue has generated enormous interest. You know, this is the largest group of people who have ever come to a board meeting in my 6 years on the board. And so is that, you know, excitement? Is that fear? I think it's a little bit of both. And I think we need to, you know, one of the things that was pretty clear here is this is not a silver bullet. It's not a panacea, as the last one said. You know, one of the things I learned is this is 2 to 3 million out of 50 million students in the country that are being served. It will, you know, can never be the full answer. And so I get a little concerned that we're having this kind of energy on this, what is potentially a tool specifically for a certain set of issues. But those issues, as we know, are broad-ranging, and poverty shows up before they show up at school, but it continues to affect once they are in school. And so, you know, the Harlem Children's Zone, that's a whole set of wraparounds. So, you know, it's, I guess a couple of questions would be, what are some principles that we would hope to learn, you know, that would build into a charter that would we hope to learn, that then we could, you know, that we can be thinking about how do we do that with all our schools? And are there things that that spread to across the board? And I think one of those issues is around flexibility. We've tried to have some flexibility with districts of innovation, so you know, it might be interesting to sort of, I don't know, maybe is there any comparison of what did districts of innovations do or not do that charters offer? Might be another thing to look at.
Well, first off, I want to say thank you to all of our speakers who have prepared for the meeting. They have done an outstanding job. I think some of them have left, but personally, I just want to say thank you. I have learned a lot. They explained a lot, too, as well as all the materials that we got before the board meeting. That was very beneficial to me to be to have a better understanding of the charter school. So thank you all for putting that together. Some of the things that I've learned in addition to that, as Dr. Waddington mentioned earlier, is just the importance of the validity of the materials we read. You know, that we really need to make sure we understand the research that has been done, that is being done, and how valid is it. And so I think that made me stop and think about a lot of the stuff that, you know, that we've read and hear about, and I think that's important for all of us to keep that in mind. So thank you for bringing that, just to help us to remember to do that. Certainly the authorizers it seems to be one of the key things. I kept hearing that over and over and over as one of the key factors if we go down this route. Certainly enjoyed reading about the Harlem Children's Zone. I was intrigued by the whole the whole setup, the whole community support and everything. So I think that speaks about volumes for what they're doing there. Certainly some things going forward that I think we need to look at, and I can't remember who stated this, I think it was Dr. Raymond, is that there's a lot of research going on now, or collaboration between charter and traditional public schools. And so, you know, I'd like to learn more about that. What is being done? How are they collaborating, and in what ways? You know, what could we learn from that? So I think that would be something certainly that would be of value to us if we move forward. I'd also, and I think Mary Gwen mentioned this, is I'd like to understand more too, if we could get the data. I understand it's maybe difficult, but more of a breakout between rural and urban schools, the high-performing ones, what's working well, what's not working well, but if they're high-performing, how are they working and how does that work well? And the third thing I would like to understand a little bit more too is, I guess it was a learning, but also a question is, you know, when you look at the data that's been presented to us, is that a lot of the demographic issues, you know, why is it working for some demographics and not the others? And has anybody studied that, and are there reports out there on that, why it works for some groups, you know, charters work for some and not others?
I would hope that our goal as a board is to have high expectations and provide high support for all of our students, kind of what Mary Gwen was alluding to. And I would agree with Ben that I wish we were devoting the time and energy today to early childhood education, universal preschool, all-day kindergarten for all of our kids, quality programs, that we're devoting to this issue because I think it would help close that opportunity gap that our commissioner has mentioned over and over again. And if we could get them started in the right way, maybe some of the interventions that we've tried over the years later in their educational career wouldn't be necessary. But I'm a realist, and I think we're going to have charter schools in some form or fashion in this state after the General Assembly meets in this session. And I guess what I wish we could see is, I keep hearing that we're coming to this game late. Obviously, if there's 43 other states in D.C. that have some kind of charter legislation, we are coming into it late. And I've heard that that's a good thing because we can learn from the mistakes they've made. Is I really would like to see a draft policy that we could begin, that the experts would say, if you're going to do this, this is what it ought to look like, that answers those 8 questions that the Pritchard Committee put forward, if you're going to consider. Because if whatever the board's going to do in this regard, we got to get to it. General Assembly's going to be meeting in January. If we're going to provide any input soon to whatever draft of legislation they're going to have, it's going to have to happen real quick. And so I'd like to see something that we could start to think about, and maybe even at the December meeting, Commissioner, consider. But whatever ends up happening with this, it bothers me. The thing that bothered me most today that I guess I wasn't fully aware of is that in many cases, the way we provide that high support in charter schools, when folks say, well, it doesn't require a lot of additional resources, is that we try to attract people that are mission-driven coming out of college that want to make a difference in the lives of others and kind of shortchange them in terms of compensation and take advantage to a certain degree of that commitment to others and then wait till they burn out and then bring somebody else in. And to me, that doesn't seem very sustainable or very ethically right in the profession to do that. You know, in Kentucky, I think in 1990, we raised the expectations for all and probably raised them again when we adopted the Kentucky academic standards, but that's the easy part, raising the bar. Providing the support to help the kids get over the bar is the tough part, because that means, irregardless of what anybody says, there's got to be some commitment of resources, and that's money. And in my 43 years in public education in Kentucky, I only remember a 4-year period when we really had that commitment of high support, and that was from about 1990 to 1994. And we're going to have to face the reality that whatever we do with charter schools, there'll still be children back in our schools who won't be receiving the high support they need. And maybe some of them can meet our Kentucky academic standards and still not being what they should be because they don't have that high support. The gifted and talented kids in our school district. We've got to be concerned about all. As I said, I think one of the things that Ben has identified is one of the things I wished we were spending more time and energy on. And before the Pritchard Committee ever got to charter schools, that we're talking about this whole issue of providing quality early childhood education for all of our children. And it seems like that's been pushed aside, and I really think we could make a greater difference. But in reality, I'd like to see a draft policy that we could start to say, yeah, that I think that's where our position would come from, is this is the kind of thing we could support as they're putting that legislative agenda together.
What advantage to being last is you can say ditto to everything. But I did learn a lot today, and to put it in Billism terms, we used to have a guy at the old country store where I lived, and his favorite saying was that what I didn't know about that subject could fill a Sears Roebuck catalog. If any of you know what a Sears Roebuck catalog is, they've been gone for a while. But I think the authorizers, that was one thing I did not know on how many different types of authorizers you could have, that we might be able to say to the local school districts, okay, it's up to you if you have enough interest in it or if enough people come forward. Financially, what Roger was talking about, really concerns me, being from Eastern Kentucky, and a lot of our school systems financially are strapped. I mean, they've cut back about as far as they can cut back. And if you throw a school in there, and I know somebody said, well, you can use an old school building, but you've got to have chairs, you got to have books, you got to have teachers, you got to have transportation. And I'm just afraid in a lot of cases that will cause the other students in the district to suffer along with, so I'd like to know more about the financial aspects of it and how it's going to affect the school systems. And also, Roger and I were talking about transportation, you know, especially in a rural area. How the kids going to get there? Is that going to be another expense where you have buses that just take charter school people to charter schools? And that's something I'd like to know more about. And even though they said the virtual charter schools wasn't very successful, I would like to know more about that too. And if there's any way possible to improve that, because I know in our area that would be beneficial because a lot of kids have a hard time getting to school sometimes.
I'd just like to make a couple of random observations. One of them is that the group that generated the report that the Pritchard Committee talked about also generated a suggested form of charter legislation. It's based somewhat on the Tennessee legislation, but also a few others, and I think that would be a good place for us to start. We could pick that apart if we wanted to. Also, I think I'm right when I say that there are almost no rural charter schools. They're really not a factor. The ones that I know anything about are largely in urban areas. So I can't tell you exactly why that is, but they tend, like Kentucky, some of the worst schools in a lot of states are in the urban areas of the largest cities. And the right charter schools go into those areas on a mission, as you say, to try to help the kids who are getting the worst deal in education. Also, I think it's a little bit of an overgeneralization to say that the charter schools take advantage of the teachers. They probably do take advantage of the teachers, but not monetarily. I know pretty much universally in Tennessee, the charter schools that are successful pay 10% more than the public schools for the person in the same position. But they announce to them when they go to work that they expect 25% more time. So they may be abused, but they're not necessarily abused from a money standpoint. Most of those teachers agree to stay till 5:30 every day and to be available by phone until 9:30 and to work one Saturday every month. And it allows the charter schools to do more instantaneous feedback on a child who may need tutoring than if you get to this Hobson's choice that public schools often have, where you get to the end of the year, you have a child who is not where he needs to be, and you think about that for the first time, and you have this awful decision between whether to promote him when he's not ready, which will increase his chances of dropping out, or to hold him back for a year, which will increase his chances of dropping out. I think the charters, because of the extra time they get from teachers, the ones that are good often try to attack that the day they think it might be an issue, because they have more teacher time to do that.
Ben, I don't know why we wouldn't provide that kind of support for all of our students in Kentucky.
Sure.
That would be my argument.
Charters will never solve what's the matter with the schools. The math just doesn't work, but charters may generate some good ideas that can be assimilated into the public school system. That's one of their greatest values. I think if they step on a landmine, it's just a single school somewhere. But if they stumble onto something that's good, it might be introducible into the public school system.
What are your ideas?
What are my ideas?
Yeah, what do you think?
Well, I'll tell you, I learned a fair amount today too. Because of my background, I think I knew a lot of some of the generalities that are in there, but it reaffirmed a few things for me. One is the authorizer issue. You can, to me, one of the, and all of you have heard me say this before, consistency matters to me. You used to drive me crazy as a teacher when an A in my class was different than an A in somebody else's class. I remember this one young lady named Lisa that, comes into my AP chemistry class and she says, Pruitt can't be that bad. I had 104 last year in my chemistry class, and he can't be that bad. And she didn't know I was in the room next door. You could hear her. And of course, the kids who had me the year before said, okay. And Lisa made a 54 on her first exam. And she said, yeah, he is as bad as they said. And I said, well, now, wait a minute now. Is it that I was as bad? And she said, no, I just wasn't prepared. Now, I will tell you, flash forward, she is a doctor today, and she actually did very well in the chemistry class. But the teacher she had a very different standard. And having, I think the authorizer issue for me is there's got to be a way that if they're either, again, the system I came from, the local district had what you might call right of first refusal, and then it got appealed to the state board. We had a whole division at the department that was focused on charter schools, doing the negotiation, helping with the application process. And should this go forward, I would see us doing the same thing here. If it becomes multiple authorizers, I think the key thing is there's got to be a way to regulate. And I'm not about over-regulation. That's, nobody read into that. But at the same time, ensuring that there's consistency among authorizers. Because, I won't get into this now because I've told you I've worked with some excellent charter schools. I've also worked with some that weren't. And typically the ones that weren't, that caused the most problems, also had multiple ways they could have gotten authorized. So to me, the authorizing issue is a huge one. The other part, and I apologize if this sounds like I'm pandering, given that I report to all of you, but one of the things that today confirms for me is I am probably one of the luckiest chief state school officers in the country because we've had a really good conversation today. We've had a good discussion about with some really deep probing questions, but it was all but the tone of all of them were ultimately about how can we do something better for children, and I think that's something that I don't tell you very often you should break your arm patting yourself on the back, but it's not a bad thing that we have that kind of tone in our board meeting. I think I've got some homework to do here. I think there's several things that we need to do. It sounds to me like we need to do some policy briefs on a few state legislation pieces. We can look at the Tennessee and what the Pritchard Committee put out. We can do some briefs to kind of put those things together. What I've not heard from anybody is an absolutely, we don't want this to be a part of the agenda. And so, the impression I'm getting is that there's more information to be had, but that there's also some intent by the board to push me and KDE to kind of come back with some recommendations around what we've heard today. I do think it would be important maybe to hear a little bit more about where some of you may want to go with regard to authorizers in particular, because I think that's a big part of it. But am I reading that in kind of the general, or in a way that everybody's sort of agreeable?
Yes, I think so. Yes, I think everybody at the very least, like Roger, we're pragmatists, and but we want the best. I told one of the reporters today, we're all about the best for all children. Was it each and every child?
Each and every.
And if this can help a small percentage of children, then we want to do what's best, but not do any harm to our present
right
schools as well. So
right,
we'll do both.
I will say, you said you wanted some additional input. I don't see how having multiple authorizers could work effectively, and that's because somebody at some point has to make a decision about whether it continues. And to me, having multiple people making multiple bodies making those decisions. Obviously, my preference would be that this board would be involved in authorizing and making those decisions, but I also respect the authority of those people that were elected in their communities to make those decisions locally. So I'm trying to figure out how that happens, whether it has to be initiated by a local board and then ultimately authorized by the state board. I'm not sure. That's something I want to hear back from you, but I think in all of our communities in Kentucky, and on both sides, Democrat and Republican, local authority is a pretty important issue. And if we support something that undermines that in some way, we've got some explaining to do.
I agree with Roger wholeheartedly. I think it should be initiated at the local level first and then brought to us. If we have multiple people that can do this, it is just going to add to a lot of confusion, a lot of problems.
Is that the way it was in Georgia?
It was. We had, when I was there up until the last year and a half, what would happen is, and of course it didn't have to be a school that was in trouble. We had conversion charters, we had startup charters. We actually had grant money set aside to help with startup costs and for conversion costs. And a local, and again, this is where it gets a little bit hard for the comparison because we did not have site-based councils in Georgia unless you were a charter school. So a band of people would get together and say, we want to do a charter school. One of the things that I sort of appreciated when I was in Georgia was charter was a movement that was an option. It wasn't a movement to attack public schools, and it was more of a, I think one of the things we heard a lot of today was there was a lot that context matters, and I think that's something that we should pay attention to. But what would happen is you would apply to the local board. Some local boards were really good about, yes, that would be great, go forward. I know that we had a lot of schools that in particular had for lack of a better word, themes. We had immersion schools, we had STEM schools, we had, like I said earlier, you could arguably say that I lead and the Innovation Academy down in Owensboro would be akin to charters. And then if the local board said, no, we don't want to do that, then they had the right to appeal to the state board. There was a redundancy built in there where when the application went in, it went straight to the department and to the board at the state level, so that there wasn't a, so if the charter was denied, it was because of the actual application or the evidence of history. It was never delayed because it had to go to the local board, and then it waited for 3 months for it to get to the state board. Because it went on a dual track, basically we were able to act at the state level pretty quickly because we either already knew what was in the application, and in many cases it had actually kicked it back.
Yeah. You weren't starting from square one then.
That's right. And so it came here. They did start a commission in Georgia the last year and a half I was there, and it did make it a little bit tough because the state board continued to be an authorizer, and so was the commission. And frankly, the commission did not have the people or the funding to be able to do the follow-up. So it made it actual accountability. Now, they still run to the same accountability measures as, the statewide accountability, but actually having someone to kind of follow up on that, it was a challenge because they just didn't have the personnel to do so.
So on the other side, I do like the idea of some multiple authorizers, especially if part of what we want to do is foster innovation and real creativity. I see a real advantage in having universities as potentially being authorizers. From the oversight perspective, I like the idea of an independent chartering commission whose job would be to hold charter schools accountable. But at the bare minimum, I would at least want to see some opportunity, if we're going to say you must start with the local education agency or authority, then that there is an automatic appeal or a dual application
Yes.
process with the state board, some mechanism by which if a local district turns down a charter application, that's not the end of the story. There's an opportunity for another group to review that material and make an independent judgment as well. If that to me is an absolute minimum.
I agree. So just a question for you. And you're saying that you would be supportive of additional authorizers. Do you see would they just completely be operating on their own, or would you see you as the state board at least putting forth some guideposts for regulatory purposes?
So ideally, a lot of that is written into the law, right? So the more carefully the law is written about what the role of authorizers are and what they're supposed to do, the easier that becomes. But there's almost inevitably going to be some regulatory structure that has to support that. And I would definitely think the state board would be responsible for creating that regulatory structure if one is needed to do that, to ensure that consistency across multiple authorizers. Mm-hmm. And if we don't have consensus as a board that we're happy with universities or an independent chartering commission, then for me, the bottom line is there's got to be more than one authorizer or some pathway so that a charter applicant doesn't just have one option and then it's over if they're turned down.
And for me, in my experience, it's one of the reasons I brought up my experience in Georgia is I actually believe that too, that if we're going to do this, having it solely at the local board level can be problematic because frankly, we ran into that in Georgia sometimes, which is why we created the dual track, so to speak.
What some states have is an approval by the local boards. I think you have to keep in mind that you're probably only talking about the Lexington board and the Louisville board, so it's not quite as complicated as it seems, but reviewing the charter applications is a very time-consuming process.
Yes, it is.
And some states have approval by the local board of education that's appealable to the state, but the local board has a carefully selected charter recommendation group that does all the heavy lifting and reviewing the application and makes a recommendation to the school board. Mm-hmm. That works fairly well.
Mm-hmm.
Commissioner, in Georgia, did the local board have to act on it first before it could move further?
Actually, no. They could also come straight to the state board.
So that would prohibit foot dragging or what have you? Or
well,
was there a window within
there
which
was a window.
Basically,
you had to, and I'm sorry, I don't remember the exact numbers now because it's been a while, but there was, once the application went into the state board and the local board, there was a time, a clock started, so to speak, that the local board had to act, and then the state board would act if there was no action at the local board. So again, the idea, and we also sort of set up a window of taking applications. So in other words, it wasn't a rolling admissions. There was an application window because depending on when the school was intent to open, you don't want to approve one in April or May and it's going to open in September because you're just setting up for a bad situation. So if I remember right, I think you had until, I want to say it was December 1st to get it in, and then it had to be ruled on by the local and or state board by February so that it was clear that how that would work for the next year. Of course, part of that application process included a timeline. And most of our charters didn't say they were going to start the very next fall. Most of them was, we'll spend a year of planning and all that. But conceivably, we put the window early enough where there could be a good conversation about it.
Did you think that was a good plan? Is there anything you would change with that?
I think it worked pretty well. We had we had a subcommittee of the board that was whose responsibility it was to actually focus on charters. And what that allowed was our board to, and again, I know that as a board, we like to keep everything in one room, so I'm not suggesting we go to subcommittees, but what it did allow was the issues with, I mean, it's just like an issue with any school. The complexities of the context are hard. And if you're making a decision based on either an approval, a renewal, or a revoke, then what worked well was you had those three board members who really understood it, the issues. Now, of course, those three board members were subjected to hours of presentations and data and all that, but they also kind of brought a level of validity to the process that, despite all the work that the department did, it ended up kind of hand in glove with being able to make good decisions. Because I am personally one of those people that believes if you don't have somebody dedicated with their eye on the ball, then balls drop. And so, I mean, we're making some changes here with some different groups in our schools that historically have been, they're affected by all of this. Yeah, it just means that you're not affected by any of it. And so we're making some changes on that. And I think what was nice about the way we did it there was we had a group who their job was technical assistance to charter schools. So they sat, they provided information, they were on call, all that to the local charter. And then we had the three board members who sat on the charter committee who were able to come with a recommendation to the full board. So I don't know that I would say that there was a whole lot I would do differently. I mean, and again, understanding and full disclosure, was my comfort place. So, there could be a better way to do it. But for me, and I'll tell you, I remember some of those committee meetings where we had what we had here and some, because it gets, and you'll see where it gets tough to authorize as well as to deauthorize. I mean, it's an interesting dynamic.
One thing I like to suggest and say that, being an authorizer would be okay with a local, but I think starting off, this is my opinion, I think that perhaps the state or one of your universities starting off and maybe put a time limit on before you turn it over to your local boards. That would be my opinion, because in some of your big major cities, there's too much politics. And I'm just blunt. Mm-hmm. And I think at this point, when you start off and we all seem to feel like we're going that direction, I think as authorizers, I believe that we would probably start off here and maybe one of your universities or the mayor or somebody, but to a local board. And, maybe in the smaller areas or rural areas might be okay. But I'm talking about your larger metropolitan areas. And that would be my opinion right now as we get started.
I just, with all this discussion, just to go back to what, Bill said, it's about what changes things for students. What we heard was that a quality authorizer is probably more important than anything else to whether or not you get a quality school. So we've had a lot of discussion about this, but where is the empirical evidence of what leads to quality authorizers? And that's, I think, what we have to have in order to say, where to start. So what,
quality operators.
And if one of the things is you have to be able to staff it, well, what agencies can do that? How do you, so what's the empirical evidence of what leads to a quality authorizer?
I made a note to myself to make sure that we get the NACSA criteria for authorizers to all of you, so that I mean, it's online, but we'll make sure that we get you that information, because I think that would be good for our conversation as well. And maybe that's where we look at the sample policies and so forth too.
Roger.
If you have multiple authorizers, then who makes the decision about whether or not the charter would be pulled?
That individual authorizer. So if you,
Authorizes them as the one that would.
the one that authorizes them is the one that
Monitors.
would monitor it.
But it's based on the charter, right? So if the charter provision says, for example, 3 consecutive years in the bottom quartile, there's no decision to be made. If that's the way the law is written, or if that's the way the charter is written, then the authorizer has no choice but to enforce
So
the
why
charter.
do you need multiple authorizers then if?
The more carefully crafted the legislation, the more specific it is, then I think that helps mitigate toward a smaller number of authorizers.
I guess I can see the need for, if the local board was not willing for some reason, that it come to this board, the state board, but beyond that, I don't really see any value. I heard, Gary, you mention innovation as possibility that would increase the possibility of innovation by having more than one, but I just have a real problem with, this board was appointed by governors of this state to provide oversight to all of the public schools in Kentucky, and why we would all of a sudden decide that for a certain segment of them, that someone else should be doing that. And I have nothing against universities, got university friends and worked in a college in Kentucky, but I'm not sure how that adds any value to any of this.
Regardless of who the authorizer is, the most important aspect to this, I think, from what I've heard, in ensuring long-term success is accountability. The ability to pull the trigger if they're not performing. And as we know, every inefficiency has a constituency. And I found that out after 40 years of managing people.
I'm going to use that. I like that.
But how easy was it to terminate a contract if they weren't performing in Georgia? I mean, were there political and other obstacles
Yeah, I mean,
holding them accountable? That's what you have to be able to do, and you got to make that as easy as possible.
yeah, I mean, that's why sometimes we had the boardroom full.
You can't hold them accountable if you can't fire them.
Right, that's right. And we did. I mean, there were, but it didn't mean that it was easy. I mean, just because there's a contract doesn't mean that everybody goes gently into that good night. And so there was, I mean, I'll tell you this quick anecdote. We had and I've shared this before with some of you, so I apologize if you're hearing it again. But, had a group that came in for their reauthorization. They came to present to what's the equivalent of the commissioner and myself. And, they were talking about how they had increased their middle school math scores by 30%. And I said, well, you were only 10% last year. So, you could kind of increase that by just saying the word math every day, possibly. And and they said, well, but we think that we should be reauthorized. Now, this was, they were clearly against their contract. They had not performed the entire length of their contract. They said, so we're probably not going to be reauthorized. I said, that's correct. And pretty much, I think they were on the phone from the time they walked out of the room with lobbyists and everybody trying to convince us why they should continue to be, and they eventually...
None of it related to performance.
None of it related to performance. They did go and were eventually reauthorized by the commission, but it was not easy to pull the trigger. Well, it was easy for us to decide to pull the trigger. What was hard is all the people that you had to go through. I mean, so the board meeting where we pulled the charter, they had lined up 25 parents who came to, just like what we have, our public hearing, tears and wailing and gnashing of teeth, this has made such a difference for my child. And of course, I'm sitting here with my computer, and because of my position, I'm pulling up their kids' scores going, really? You really? But that's not it's hard. I mean, and let's face it though, just to be fair, it's also hard if you're having to deal that with a traditional school. I mean, one of the hardest things we do is dealing with our priority schools, because we would prefer for that to be being improved at the local level, but we have to go in sometimes.
Yep.
And that's hard, and as a local district superintendent, like Bill said earlier, probably every superintendent out here has had to close a school at one point or another, or have gone through that at one point or another, and that's, I mean, I remember closing a school in the district I taught in, and, there were all the flyers, save, I won't tell you what school, but Save X Elementary School, and I mean, people just get emotional about it. And the contract is nice because it does make things pretty cut and dried, but it doesn't mean that it's still going to be an easy thing to do.
I'm sure that a lot of this will depend upon education, legislation, hopefully educated legislators. But I tend to lean toward, since we're this late in the game, tend to lean toward caution and have a single authorizer. And if things work well, I guess that's why I was talking about gradual release. If things work well, then maybe things could open up in the future. But I'm just of the opinion that I learned to swim by getting thrown in the creek by some older boys, and it wasn't fun. But I almost drowned. So I just think we ought to just take our time and go slowly down this path and try to get it right, because the worst thing we can do is then put some more misery on people that's been suffering for 25 years.
And our children only have one chance to go through the system. I would agree also with Bill on one authorizer. I'd also like to agree with Ben Cuddiff about early childhood. I hope we'll have some more information from you on that and fold that into this entire package. It is just critical.
Well, and I would say that, I think that there's a testament here to the tenor of the conversation too. Charters could be one tool in the utility belt. But just sitting here listening to all of us, we're still not losing sight of the fact that we've got an achievement gap that we have to address, and that no one thing is going to do that. Although I would say that there is a possibility that one thing could do, and that would be that every single person in the Commonwealth decides it's my problem. And if every single person decided this is my problem, we could wipe out achievement gaps, we could wipe out low-performing schools, but that's going to be a hard lift for people, unfortunately.
To that point, I would hope that we would provide more flexibility to our public schools as well. If we're going to give flexibility to charters, let's give it to our public schools.
Yeah, one thing that I think that I want to try to, and this is a hard thing to figure out how to put on paper, because our schools have an incredible amount of flexibility already. And I'm always a little bit leery of talking about that too much, simply because it makes it sound like we have more oversight than we do. I mean, in a lot of cases, we don't really get the oversight until the schools are in disarray. So I'm totally with you. In fact, I've told our staff, our job is to find a way to say yes. I mean, we're going to hold people accountable. We're going to hold them to high standards. But at the same time, our role as a service agency is to find a way to say yes. And I think that, I don't know if they're all still here or not, but, we've got folks from iLead who, I think, and of course that happened before I got here, but they all told me that basically happened because KBE figured out a way to get through the regulations. And I will tell you as a board, that's still my commitment, is that we're going to try to find a way to say yes. We're going to expect people to toe the line. And we expect them to do great things for kids, because I agree with Roger on this, that, whether we do charters or magnets or whatever, I'm not going to rest till every single child gets that same opportunity, wherever they're sitting. So I'm totally with you. We're going to find a way to say yes on pretty much whatever.
And the other thing that's real important, and Roger talked about it, is we don't want to burn out our teachers. We've done it already for the past 25 years.
But you heard her say that it's 7-year retention. Our average retention right now is 5. So it's even
That's the
better.
problem. We're burning them
And
out
compare
in
it to a
5
medical
years.
model where people are working, ridiculous hours and getting paid a lot less than starting teachers in those early things. But that's the model we've used. So it's not like there's not precedent and there's not other ways to do that. So I caution
I
us
think we're
on.
burning them out at 5 years. That's what that's how hard we've worked for many, many years. So as we go into this, let's make sure that they do have benefits, that they do have retirement, that they are paid, because it is the leaders of the schools, that's teachers and administrators and our central office people, who are giving their lives to these endeavors. The most important asset that we have, our children. So we have to take care of them so they can take care of our children.
One of the things that charter schools do with the extra time is provide more opportunity for professional development and collaboration. And those are the two things that come back on the TEL survey more than anything else from the teachers.
Oh, that's absolutely true. Absolutely.
And that's what makes people quit at 3 years or 2 years. They feel like they're isolated.
Sam has been waiting patiently.
Oh, go ahead, Sam. Excuse me, Sam. No.
I can wait. All I was going to say was I agree with Bill as to the approval mechanism, and I want to weigh in as strongly as I can on the cancellation part of the formula. A substantial justification for charters is an encouragement of innovation. And I don't think that there is innovation unless there's a very real chance of failure that goes along with it. Right. And so I really don't want to see a situation in which charters get entrenched, whether they're successful or not.
Very good.
Well, one of the things about teaching, I've always felt that that's a calling. Some jobs are calling. I have dealt with several of them that they are calling, and it takes a little bit more to do a calling. It's more than just by the hour or anything like that. It's a commitment that you make, and I'm the grandson of a grandmother who was a one-room school teacher, and so I just feel like, I don't want nobody to burn the midnight oil 24/7, but a lot of those people and teachers out there, they are committed to do those jobs, and right now I would like everybody to have great wages, great time off, but most of the time a lot of these people, they volunteer to be out there. I don't know what I work 7 days a week pretty much, but so if those teachers want to be those charter school teachers, and they want to be out there to help our kids, I look forward to that, and so that's what I see there,
All right. You need anything else, Commissioner, or you have enough?
I think I've got enough, but again, I just want to make sure that I'm clear. So we've made notes of things that you guys want more of. We're going to do our best to pull that together quickly, what's available. We are going to share with you the NACSA criteria practices. I can't remember exactly what that was about authorizers. We're going to pull some other states' legislation and do some sort of policy briefs about things that we think are good. We'll work with the cabinet on that as well, and then come back to you with a proposed maybe if nothing else, at least some proposed points that maybe we could all agree on for the legislative session. Include that with our legislative agenda. Does that sound right to everybody?
Is that
That
what
would be
you
for the
said?
next meeting? Is that
That'll
right?
be for December.
Yes.
2 weeks from now.
Quick turnaround.
Ben's going to get home and have to come
That's
right
right.
back.
I can just get on.
Just a quick question, since this next legislative session doesn't deal with budgeting, it's the year after that. That would have to be part of a budget, wouldn't it? A budget session rather than,
Perhaps,
or they could approve it on this one and then put it in the budget for the next
Right.
one?
Right. Because, at this point, even if legislation is passed, the governor won't sign till March or April, and, probably what would happen is you'd have people spend the next year getting their applications together, which would also give the legislature time to deal with the budget. So, one last thing, but it's not about charter schools. Is that okay?
Yeah, help yourself.
So they released the regs for accountability in ESSA while we've been here in the meeting. I haven't obviously read them because I was paying attention to the meeting, but I did quickly peruse the big fact sheet, and happy to report, so well done Kentuckians. Basically, it looks like they followed, this is preliminary, I haven't gotten into the weeds yet, but it looks like they followed our playbook. They have given us an extension of time, which will actually allow us next year to test the system before we actually put it into place. They have backed off of a single summative score. They have backed off of the requirement of that we give everybody $500,000 until the money runs out, but actually allow us to look at what the needs of the schools are. And if you've only got 100 kids, maybe you don't need a full half a meal, but if you're Jefferson or Fayette, maybe you got more to deal with. So I'm feeling, based on my quick perusal, pretty happy. I want to thank you guys as the board. And anybody that's still listening out there, I know there's some folks out here in the crowd right now that were huge in helping this get done. They listened to us, and I think it's because we were loud. We were called out in a couple of national meetings. Oh, Kentucky's here. We've been getting a lot of messages from you. So proud of you, and Randy is really thrilled because it means the Systems Integration Committee has a little bit more time because we had already made the decision, in case you haven't heard, that we were going to have to roll the dice a little bit because we didn't feel like we were at a place that we had to make a decision. Either we were going to get it done or do it right. And I had already made the decision we're going to roll the dice and take more time because there's some really delicate, complex issues that we're still grappling with. So, to the steering committee folks that are in the room and systems integration, we got a little bit more time. But I wanted to say personally thank you to all of you because I don't think any of that would have happened without all of our folks here in Kentucky really raising a ruckus about the need for doing this right. So thank you to all of you. It is very good news.
All right. I want to say thank you to each individual board member as well. I know we was talking about pay a moment ago. I know you're paid a lot to do this job. But no, I'm being facetious. I also want to thank our interpreters, and let's remember our little Christmas get-together. This always helps us to continue to bond and continue to try to work as a unit. When you work as a unit, you might not get everything that you want individually, but we're still moving in the same direction. So thank you.
And don't forget, we do the, I can't remember what we call it here, Dirty Santa, White Elephant, whatever it is.
Holiday get-together.
He's talking about the gifts.
I'm talking about the gifts.
Oh, excuse me.
I'm talking about the gifts, because and they should be funny.
There have been some unique gifts, right, Roger?
Have been. Dr. Holliday's got most of them in his car.
So I would entertain a motion to adjourn. So
moved.
Sam and Ben. All right. All in favor?
Aye.
All right. Let's go home.
Anybody opposed can sit around as long as they want to sit.
Take your time.
Yes, sir.